taking this matter under full review.
I think I'm gonna get hit no matter what I do. I got some tough decisions to make.
Woodlawn, now showing.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with the 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Arlington Capital Management at 855-471-5796. They'll help you actively manage your 401k, show you strategies to avoid major declines, and capitalize on opportunities. There are benefits with age, and this is one of them. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can dramatically improve your results and even lower your fees. Call 855-471-5796 now and take the first step toward getting more out of your retirement assets. The team at Arlington Capital Management proactively explores the market, our economy, and all of the variables that offset your investments. Call 855-471-5796 now for a complimentary consultation. That's 855-471-5796 or visit arlington-capital.com. You worked hard to accumulate your nest egg. Now, it's time to put your money to work for you.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and like all of you out there, I had problems sleeping. Pillows would go flat, I would flip-flop all night long, I would wake up with a sore neck, maybe a headache, or feel like I needed a nap even though I slept 8 hours. When I invented MyPillow, I wanted it to where you could move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of sleep position. MyPillow will get you into that deep REM sleep faster, and you will stay there longer. It's not about how much time we spend in bed, it's about how much of that quality sleep we get. I do all of my own manufacturing right here in the United States. I have a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry my pillow, and I give you a 60-day money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. And here's my best offer ever. You can buy one of my pillows and get one absolutely free.
To get your 2 MyPillows for the price of one, call 800-489-0201 and please use the promo code Amy. Or you can go to mypillow.com and use the promo code Amy. That's 800-489-0201 or online at mypillow.com. Either way, don't forget the promo code AMY.
AM 560, The Answer.
Say don't ain't so, Joe. By the way, I should read this just for equal time.
Yes, what?
Text from Steve on 88. Hey, Dan, I hope you're happy now, jerk.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I like
All
Steve's got my back.
All right, speaking of jerks, let's get back to Joe Biden. The sand apparently ran out in his hourglass, at least according to Joe Biden, who took to the Rose Garden with Dr. Jill and the president and said this.
As my family and I have worked through the grieving process, I've said all along what I've said time and again to others, that it may very well be that that process, by the time we get through it, closes the window on mounting a realistic campaign for president, that it might close. I've concluded it has closed.
But I knew as soon as they announced that he's going to be making a statement in the Rose Garden with President Obama, you knew that he was not going to run for president.
Right.
I mean, because that would have been unprecedented. But he said this.
It's a surprise, though.
I was
It's
a
a
little
surprise.
shocked.
It's a surprise to me.
Yeah, but what's surprising to me is the timing. I mean, he's stealing the headlines from Hillary Clinton. It's taking the pressure off Hillary on this, one of the biggest days of her life, testifying in front of the Benghazi committee. I mean, every timing is everything, and this seems so orchestrated and planned to me. Because what a brilliant move for the Democratic Party to have Biden come out the day before her testimony at the Hill. I mean, this it steals the headlines. Because I thought for sure he would wait until after the Benghazi hearings to decide.
It's today's headlines. Tomorrow's headlines and into the weekend talk shows is going to be Hillary. I mean, it'll be in part Biden, but it's going to be whatever happens in that committee, good, bad, or ugly. But Joe Biden also left the door open.
Yeah.
I mean, he essentially, after he announced that he's not going to run, he kind of went back to a campaign speech that he had previously drafted.
He laid out his plans for being president and the rationale behind it.
Well, and importantly, I think he was essentially saying, and I'm not the only one who believes this, so this is not novel, but I think it's right. He's essentially saying, but I'm still here. So if Hillary winds up in handcuffs, then you still got old Joe that you can call in from the bullpen.
Bo is our inspiration. Unfortunately, I believe we're out of time, the time necessary to mount a winning campaign for the nomination. But while I will not be a candidate, I will not be silent. I intend to speak out clearly and forcefully to influence as much as I can where we stand as a party and where we need to go as a nation.
Yeah, and he focused on equality and fairness and dignity. And I don't know if you know this, but he's middle-class Joe. Have you ever called him that?
And I believe we need a moonshot in this country to cure cancer.
And that's the wrong bite. Here it is.
I know you in the press love to call me middle-class Joe.
No, nobody calls you.
And I know in Washington that's not usually meant as a compliment.
cool.
It means
No,
you're
nobody.
not that sophisticated.
No, it
But
doesn't.
it is about the middle class.
No.
It isn't just a matter of fairness or economic growth. It's a matter of social stability.
Yeah.
Yeah, social stability, Dan.
Yeah.
The
No.
current level of inequality that exists in our country is wrong. That's what I learned yesterday
Right.
from Joe Biden.
Here's something that was kind of interesting. The New Yorker wrap up on why Biden didn't run. It's from Evan Osnos. He recounts for Biden, it was a harder choice than it was for most. The presidency means more to him than it does even to the other politicians who believe it should be theirs. When asked as a teenager at the University of Delaware, the Blue Hens, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
He first met the parents of his future wife, Neela Hunter. Her mother asked what he planned to do for a living. President, he said, of the United States.
Wow.
I'm glad he said United States. I don't know what
That's
other country he would be running for president for. But if you're a teenager and you think you're going to be president of the United States, that's concerning to me. That seems.
Why? I mean, what did you want to be when you were that age?
When I was going to the University of Delaware with Joe
when
Biden,
you were a cock hen, or what was it? A hen?
a blue hen. Wow.
I'm thinking of Gamecocks. That was South Carolina.
Yes.
Excuse me.
You've always got Gamecocks on the mind. Yeah,
Well, what did you want to be when you were that age?
I wanted to play in the NBA or be a professional golfer.
All right. Well, so people might think that's kind of crazy.
Well, yeah, but being president of the United States at that age is a little strange to me because it essentially says that I want power. I mean, that's what it is.
True.
Because otherwise, at 18
Being
or
the
19
NBA,
years
you
old,
want money.
does
but
Joe
power.
Biden strike you as someone who was incredibly mature at a young age and was a deep policy thinker at 18? I mean, he was senator at 29.
Wow.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
well, elected, then took office at 30 per the Constitution. But this is somebody who always kind of wanted to be in the political ruling class. That's why his whole self-nickname of Middle Class Joe is so ironic. The irony lost on Joe, of course, is because he's anything but. That whole taking the train to and from Washington and that whole shtick he does. We heard this from Ron Kessler about you keeping the car with the football
Right.
out of his motorcade because he doesn't want a long motorcade when he returns home to Delaware because he wants to be middle class Joe. It's all well orchestrated, but it is not reflective of the truth. 36 years in D.C., he's another ruling class Paul, and because of the inertia Hillary has, and only because of the inertia, that is not as much of a bug for her as it is for Joe Biden or other longtime politicians, particularly think about what's happened on the Republican side. But the whole middle class Joe thing is interesting.
But I thought it was interesting, too, when he said, if I am president, I want to be the president known for curing cancer.
And I believe we need a moonshot in this country to cure cancer. It's personal. But I know we can do this. The president and I have already been working hard on increasing funding for research and development because there are so many breakthroughs just on the horizon.
And he said, I'll spend the next 15 months focusing on that, focusing on a cure for cancer.
It was a nice campaign speech.
I'm proud to be president of the United States, but I am prouder to be Barack Obama.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I love the product, and I highly recommend it to anybody.
Boy, oh boy, I feel terrific. Nothing compares with this. It's a great product. I love it. I haven't been sick since I've used it. A little bit more than a year, or just about a year now. Never the case before.
I have noticed a remarkable difference.
I don't want to stop using it. It has really kicked into my system. I just believe in it. That's all I can say.
I feel more sustained. It's good. I'm not fatiguing as much.
Really making a difference in my life.
The quality of my sleep has improved exponentially.
They're just awesome.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
What could you do with an extra $500, $1,000, or even $1,500 per month? How would that change things for you? Would you buy a new car, pay off bills, or just feel a bit more secure about your retirement? What if I told you there may be a way to make your dreams a reality? I'm talking about trading and investing in the market. Now, before you say, oh no, that's not for me, just hear me out. I want to invite you to a free trading and investing class so you can check this out. And right now, if you call in and mention Offer Radio 50, Online Trading Academy will comp the class and even send you home with a free $247 home study program. Call right now and reserve your seat while space is still available. Call 888-601-TRADE. Call 888-601-TRADE. Mention Offer Radio 50. Call 888-601-TRADE or online at otaclass.com. That's 888-601-8723 or otaclass.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up at 5:35, Hillary is before the Benghazi committee today, but her flaks were out in full force yesterday. We'll discuss.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning, everyone. In Israel, soldiers are placing concrete barriers next to a Jewish holy site in the West Bank. It's just ahead of a religious pilgrimage there this weekend. Thousands are expected to visit Rachel's tomb. A wave of violence has swept the country, leaving 48 Palestinians and 10 Israelis dead. A masked man with a sword has killed 1 and injured 4 at a school in Sweden. Victims include 1 adult and 4 students. After months of waiting and speculation, Vice President Joe Biden announcing he would not be a candidate in the 2016 run for the White House at this time.
I believe we're out of time, the time necessary to mount a winning campaign for the nomination.
With the president by his side in the Rose Garden, Biden says again he believes at this point he's out of time. The House Select Committee on Benghazi holding its first hearing in nearly 10 months, and there is one witness, former Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton. When asked what Clinton should have done differently about Benghazi, Republican Representative and Select Committee member Mike Pompeo says she should have followed previous accountability documents on security.
That ARB in the late 1990s said that the Secretary of State, himself or herself, was supposed to take responsibility and personally review those security plans. It appears that she did not do that.
Pompeo on NBC's Meet the Press. Congressman Paul Ryan says he's grateful to get the backing from a supermajority of the House Freedom Caucus. Most of its members are backing the Wisconsin Republican as the next Speaker of the House, but Ryan did not get the 80% needed to get what's termed an official endorsement. Officials say a suspect has been arrested in a shooting that left an Albuquerque officer critically wounded. Albuquerque police say the initial investigation shows the officer was shot during a traffic stop. He was hit multiple times and underwent surgery. Cubs season is over. Mets complete a 4-game sweep of Chicago in the NLCS with an 8-3 win last night at Wrigley. Mayor Emanuel putting on hold his plan to privatize Chicago's 311 non-emergency system. And the time this morning is up for convicted former state representative Derek Smith. He must report to prison Friday to begin his sentence for bribery. American League Championship Series baseball is headed back to Kansas City as the Blue Jays beat the Royals 7-1. On the ice tonight at the United Center, Florida, visiting the Blackhawks. The News, a service of Illinois Partners for Clean Air. Does your commute drive you nuts? Stop driving. Save up to $975 a month riding public transit. Put your time to better use and help reduce air pollution. Visit Illinois Partners for Clean Air at cleantheair.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
We are raising a country of sissies.
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's scary because these kids are going to be adults one day. Every single day, we move away from freedom and individual responsibility. And every single day we do that, we move closer to a country full of only government dependency.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is a must-have for all busy parents. With just one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer takes your child's temperature quickly and accurately. Available at Walgreens.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Assurant total equipment coverages of August 10, 2015.
Getting a new iPhone? Don't overpay for phone insurance. Save with SquareTrade Phone Protection instead. Phone insurance through your wireless carrier can cost as much as $11 every month, plus up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade iPhone protection is less than $5 a month. We can save you over $240.
Start saving with SquareTrade now. Visit squaretrade.com. That's squaretrade.com.
At GoDaddy, a domain name is the beginning of something awesome. Use it to create a website to promote your business. Open an online store to sell your products. Start a blog. Build your brand. You can even connect your domain to your LinkedIn or Facebook page. And GoDaddy customer support is always ready to help. What will you do with your domain name? Get a .com domain name for only $2.99 for the first year. Right now at GoDaddy.com. 2-year purchase required. Second year is $14.99.
In our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center this morning, here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Stevenson, we're seeing some residual delays from Lamont Road to Cass Avenue, where overnight work is now clearing out of the 2 right lanes. It's about 40 minutes from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Farther in, traffic is a little heavy around Pulaski. Inbound Ryan has a 3-minute delay from Cermak into downtown. I-57, about a 4-minute delay from 103rd to the Merge. Bishop Ford, 6-minute delay from 115th to the Ryan. At 6 this morning, downtown Chicago, the Franklin Street Bridge over the Chicago River closes till the weekend, until Sunday, for work on the Riverwalk. Traffic service of Target Red Card. At Target, your debit and credit Red Card is like the gift that keeps on giving, as in 5% off your holiday wish list on every shopping trip. So let the stocking stuffing begin. Brought to you by Target Red Card. Some restrictions apply. See program rules in-store or at Target.com for details. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Sunshine, patchy clouds, high of 63, and a cool low of 49 overnight. 56 right now. Next news coming up at 6. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so Hillary before the Benghazi committee today. What questions do you want Trey Gowdy and his fellow committee members to focus on when they interrogate Mrs. Clinton? 312-642-5600 is the Turnkey.pro answer line. 64636-DA, the Turnkey.pro text line, because there are a lot of avenues that can be taken. And, there's disagreement even among those who understand Benghazi is serious. What happened in Benghazi matters. There are unanswered questions. There are issues that still need to be fleshed out. But there's a disagreement on where to go. We talked to, for example, a former CIA operative, Mike Baker, yesterday, and he wants almost the entire focus of the interrogation of Hillary Clinton to be on why there was not an emergency response, why there was not a military response once it was clear the compound was under attack. Even if the cavalry would have got there late, the point is you always send the cavalry. We always send the cavalry. We don't leave our men and women behind. And that was done in Benghazi. Why was it done? Who made what decisions when on that fateful night of September 11th, 2012? That's where he wants the focus to be.
That's where I want to know what she knew and when she knew it. And
Classic Watergate. Yes.
No, really, just the basics: who, what, when, where, and how would be a good start. I don't want any politicians. I mean, it's comprised of 7 Republicans, 5 Democrats. I don't want any of them to pontificate or to make this about themselves. Make it about her. They have 8 hours today to get it done. So she might be questioned for that long. Of course, she'll take a break in between, but they have ample time to ask every question that they need and not, again, make it about themselves.
So the lack of sending in the cavalry, that's one area.
Yeah.
Another area, this is suggested by former U.S. Ambassador to the UN, John Bolton, in an op-ed he wrote in the Wall Street Journal yesterday. He believes the committee should ask not about the military operations that might have been launched to save American personnel, but about her supposed leadership at the State Department in that fateful day. So kind of, to your point, what she was doing, who she was communicating with, what she communicated. Because
was she even in the Situation Room? I mean, that's the thing. I know that some cables were coming across late at night, and who was there watching the cables come in?
Right. When the phone rings at 3 a.m., who's going to pick it up? And in terms of her famous formulation during the 2008 campaign, she said that she was fully connected, but she reportedly spoke only once at 10 p.m. with President Obama when he called her to discuss the State Department news release that first floated the fantasy that Muslim outrage over a blasphemous video about Muhammad sparked the attack. And so Bolton goes on to say one of the other lines of inquiry should be who concocted the Muhammad video explanation and
why.
Well, right. This idea that Nakula is the reason for a quote-unquote spontaneous protest.
Well, why was it a convenient alibi? I mean, or plausible deniability. Oh, it's this video that's on YouTube that no one even watched because it was unwatchable.
Well, her spontaneous protest story, or that story that was promulgated by the White House and the State Department, I mean, that persisted even in that bite we played earlier, the famous "What difference does it make whether it was a protest or a terrorist attack, a spontaneous protest or a terrorist attack?" We knew at the time that it was a terrorist attack. They knew.
Yeah, they brought advanced, sophisticated weapons. It wasn't spontaneous. This was a planned attack.
They knew the night. They knew on the night that it happened. They knew on September 11th, 2012, that it was a terrorist attack. So why propagate this big lie that it was a spontaneous protest? And the why may very well be because Libya was a priority for the president and for Mrs. Clinton. It was embarrassing what happened. Leading from behind wasn't working. And there was a desire to avert acknowledgement that what they were doing with respect to a foreign policy priority, a national security priority they identified, wasn't working.
They didn't want it to hurt the election. I mean, they're months away from an election, and they thought, you know what, we have to look like we're in control, that we're the big boys in the room, the adults in the room, and that we're in charge. And they slipped and they fell and people died. And I know we've heard from Patricia Smith before. Her son was Sean Smith, but she was on yesterday with Carol Costello from CNN. And this was a different type of interview. She's getting agitated. Carol played for her this clip and then got a reaction.
With all due respect, the fact is we had 4 dead Americans. Was it because of a protest, or was it because of guys out for a walk one night who decided they'd go kill some Americans? What difference at this point does it make? It is our job to figure out what happened and do everything we can to prevent it from ever happening again, Senator.
But what happened is a problem because Patricia Smith still doesn't have answers.
Well, and just hold right there, because there's the other part of what Hillary said during that infamous invocation of what difference does it make at this point. The other part, to figure out what happened so it doesn't happen again. Well, isn't that exactly what the Benghazi Oversight Committee is doing under the leadership of Trey Gowdy? And so for all of those Hillary flacks that were out in force yesterday and wrote op-eds like our buddy Laney Davis, who wrote a piece in The Hill, and Sheila Jackson Lee, who was on discussing this, we'll get to her. That's the point. Hillary identified why this matters, why Benghazi's relevant, what the purpose of the inquiry is. She identified it right there.
But where's the compassion for the victims' family members? Here's Patricia Smith.
When you heard that, what went through your mind? She's lying. She's absolutely lying. She told me something entirely different at the casket ceremony. She said it was the cause of the video, and that she would get back to me and tell me what happened with my son. She has not only not gotten back to me, but all I've ever heard is that I am not to know because I am not a member of the immediate family. I still want to know. I saw on TV the bloody fingerprints on the walls over there. I asked specifically, are those my son's fingerprints crawling down the wall, the bloody fingerprints? Nobody ever got back to me on that. Are those his fingerprints? Were those his fingerprints? What happened? Somebody's got to tell me from the government.
It's almost too much to listen to. I mean, that's a lot to process. I feel sick for this woman who's had to wait years, and she still doesn't know. So she's going to be paying attention, obviously, to the hearing today, and hopefully she'll get her questions answered.
And it's good that she's speaking out. There's an interesting piece in Daily Beast on this about essentially making the point Republicans have already blown it on Benghazi. They've lost the narrative because they don't understand Hillary rules. The news cycle that will follow Hillary Clinton's appearance on Capitol Hill is entirely predictable. This from the Daily Beast. Will be treated to tiresome and politically ineffective theater from the Clinton cheer squads and hapless Republicans who don't understand the Hillary rules. They don't criticize Trey Gowdy, but it is because members of Congress not directly involved in the process ran their mouths without a plan, without a message, and without the discipline that many of us begged them to exercise. For example, Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy. That's a good point. Going into this, what Trey Gowdy is able to do, hopefully with synchronized questioning by Republican members of that committee. And as you suggested, no pontificating, no extended speechifying, but synchronized, coordinated questioning on these substantive areas of inquiry.
But then I want follow-up questions, too, that are relevant, and hopefully they'll do that.
Synchronization. And so that's what needs to happen on this committee today. I think Trey Gowdy perfectly understands that, and I hope he's got everybody lined up. I assume he does, including our very own Peter Roskam, who's on that committee. Let's not forget.
312-642-5600 is our number.
Ed in Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
You know what? The question I have is, what advice or how did she influence Obama in any international matter? It's always been my theory that they just assigned her to that position as Secretary of State just to get her out of Washington so she can just fly around and pick dishes for embassies. So I don't think she was influenced at all. And that's the question I would have like to point out, that she was totally ineffective as a Secretary of State. In other words, a waste of time.
Thanks for the call,
They owed her a position, a cabinet position, so...
Keep your enemies close.
Well, yeah, there was talk of her being vice president, but then Michelle Obama, according to one of my sources, said, you really want the Clintons down the hall from you? And that's when they decided Secretary of State would be perfect for her.
One of the other lines of inquiry I'm very interested in, because we just haven't been exposed to this. Frankly, Trey Gowdy, the committee chairman, hasn't been exposed to this until the last 2 weeks. I want to hear the contents of those Chris Stevens emails back and forth between the State Department. That is really important. What Chris Stevens was saying on the ground, when he got on the ground, the responses, and Gowdy's given us a little insight there, but I expect there's going to be more there. That is going to be new information. And it'll be very interesting to see how Hillary responds to the correspondence that is coming from, beyond the grave from Chris Stevens.
Do you think some of it will be redacted, though, some of those emails? Because according to ABC News, Gowdy and other committee members didn't get those emails until last Thursday. Got the full extent of his emails.
Yes, right. Randy in Crown Point.
Morning, guys. Amy, to answer your question, where is the compassion for these the families of these men? There is none. You got to remember, this country is stupid. They reelected Barack Obama 2 months after a terrorist attack. The hard left has turned this country into pacifists. That's what they want. They want us to be like Canada. They want us to be like Switzerland. And anybody that wears a uniform or represents this nation in a combative way or a protective way is their enemy, and they simply will never show compassion for them. I'm a veteran. I feel it. I understand. I know what's going on. You talk to someone from the left that I work with, you talk to these people, they don't like the fact that I served in the military. It takes their heart away. that we could be aggressive, that we could show hatred. No, we're not showing hatred. We're defending this country. So there will be no compassion from the left for anybody in this country.
With all due respect, what difference at this point does it make?
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today, a few high clouds, 63. That's about average for this time of year. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 49. And for Friday, breezy with some sun, then increasing clouds, but pleasant, a high near 70 degrees. Let's get the travel times and say hello again to Jim Talamonte.
Morning, Amy and Dan. Inbound Bishop Ford Freeway. It's stop and go from Sibley to 130th with a crash in the right lane. Then from 115th to the Ryan. It's 30 minutes from 8094 to the merge. I-57 running about 19. Inbound Eisenhower, heavy Manheim to First. 32 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Stevenson, 39 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The main delay is from Central to Kedzie. Also heavy between 53 and Cass after some earlier overnight construction. Tollway still good. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Hey, if you need to sell your home in Chicagoland, Sean Hannity here with some very important facts that you need to know. 40% of homes hitting the market in Chicago are not selling. Now, those are horrible odds. That's exactly why you need to call Saul Z and the Z team at Keller Williams, based right here in Chicagoland. Saul sells a home on average every 24 hours and attracts hundreds of buyers every month locally, nationally, and internationally. Recently, the Wall Street Journal ranked Saul's team in the top 110 teams out of 1.2 million agents in the U.S. Saul Z guarantees to sell your home in 29 days at a price and deadline that you agreed to, or he will buy your home or he'll sell it for free. Plus, working with Saul is also risk-free. After 24 hours, if he's not doing his job, you can walk away free and clear. Don't worry, you won't. Just call the agent I would call if I needed to sell my home and lived in Chicagoland. Call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666. Or go online at callsaul.net. That's callsaul.net.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. They really are just like your original ones. What you probably don't know is that not all implants are the same quality, and there are a lot of unqualified people doing implants.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it. So I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. You'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
You own a European auto and you love it. Style and performance, it's not a car. You own a special engineering work of art. I know, because I own one too. This is Dan Proft for Midwest Performance Cars. Through the month of October, Midwest Performance Cars will do a $39 winter prep inspection on your European car. A $39 winter prep inspection. And they'll top off all your fluids. That's a $125 value for just $39. Through October only. Drop off your European car, and they'll give you transportation to work. Call them at 312-432-9492. That's 312-432-9492. They know your car and love it as much as you do. Midwest Performance Cars specializes in repairs and maintenance of European autos, including Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, and Land Rover. How good are they? Go ahead, read the Google and Yelp reviews. Located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden, free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. MidwestPerformanceCars.com, the dealer alternative and expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
AM 560, The Answer.
What difference does it make for dead Americans? What difference does it make for dead Americans?
Oh, Techno Hillary.
Result of a heinous and offensive video.
So it's like that 19 song. Remember that about Vietnam? We're talking Democrat catastrophes, Biden, Benghazi. Let's go to Bob in DuPage. Hey, Bob.
Yes, Dan, good morning.
Morning. Good morning. Yeah.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, how are you? Yeah. When I had breakfast, I met Joe Biden. I was an elected Democrat township assessor in DuPage County in mid-1970s. I then got elected to the Illinois House, which parties became Republican after the Democrats beat me. And that was my career. I've been a Republican ever since, you know. Yeah. But anyway,
yeah, sure.
So Joe Biden called me as the only elected full-time Democrat in DuPage, wanted to meet me for his future, and we met for lunch with a fellow named Frank Geyer, who was president of the Young Democrats in DuPage.
What did he say?
And this year, this was what year?
1976.
Wow. And
did he tell you he wanted to be president?
He didn't tell me he wanted to be president. He wanted to meet people for the future. We assumed it was for his long-term political goals because he had no business to otherwise meet with myself and the individual I was with, president of the Young Republicans, Philip Lombard. So that's what he was doing back then.
Yeah.
We didn't stay in contact over the years, but career paths differed. But so that's what he was doing.
Thanks for the call, Bob. Appreciate it. Yeah, obviously he was aspiring to the highest office in the land as a teenager and meeting middle Joes in DuPage County in the mid-70s.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
There are two kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders, as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers in the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
So often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, but because there's always so much going on, we don't always have time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with the new website along with the Illinois Policy Institute called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will enlighten the discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. And speaking of against the current, check it out today. We'll post an interview I did with Chicago Tribune editorial board member Kristen McQuarrie. So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new info and fresh perspectives to spur you to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
Hey, if your company manufactures or markets pharmauticals, biologics, medical devices, or APIs, you know the challenges of systems integration, FDA compliance, and staffing. To gain access to Chicagoland's top life sciences engineering, quality assurance, project management, regulatory, software, and validation professionals, you need the experts at Automated Systems, Inc. All of ASI's resources are degreed professionals with decades of industry experience in manufacturing, automation, and FDA compliance. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life science companies to successful startups. For over a quarter of a century, ASI has excelled through a culture of execution and client success. For information about staffing or a no-obligation compliance or automation evaluation, call Laz at Automated Systems toll-free at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
What happens when armed robbers meet an armed victim at 6:06?
And then is Paul Ryan Dad of the Year or Wuss of the Year? We'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we are watching for you today. Mets end the Cubs season with a sweep. Ousted College of DuPage President Robert Bruder suing the Board of Trustees. U of I arguing a player's basketball lawsuit should be dismissed. Mayor Emanuel putting his 311 privatization plans on hold while the Bears throw a stiff arm at Chicago's Lucas Museum. Blackhawks host the Panthers later tonight. Complete look at weather after Fox News and WIND. Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. It's become an everyday thing. 2 Israelis have been stabbed by Palestinian attackers, then shot dead. A wave of attacks Secretary of State Kerry's trying to stop, holding talks this morning with Israel's leader in Germany. Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher live in Jerusalem.
Dave, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Secretary Kerry both calling for an immediate end to incitement that has killed at least 60 people here. Netanyahu denies the use of excessive force and says militant groups are responsible for the attacks.
We remain committed to the status quo. We're the ones that protect all the holy sites, and Israel is acting to protect its citizens as any democracy would in the face of such wanton and relentless attacks.
Palestinians blame Israel for the occupation. Dave.
Jessica, a masked man with a sword attacked a school in Sweden this morning, killing a teacher, seriously injuring 2 students before he was shot and wounded by police. In Albuquerque, New Mexico, police have arrested a man who's confessed to Tuesday's road rage highway shooting that killed a 4-year-old girl in the back of her daddy's truck. Hillary Clinton, whose campaign got a boost when Vice President Biden said he won't run for the White House, gets dragged back into the Benghazi probe again today. Fox News Radio's John Decker live in Washington.
Hillary Clinton will be on the hot seat as she answers questions concerning her actions before, during, and after the terrorist attack on the U.S. consulate in Benghazi, Libya. Republican Congressman Peter Roskam is on the Benghazi committee.
How do we make sure this never happens again? Because this was a disaster and 4 people were murdered.
Committee member Adam Schiff says Democrats will make sure the hearing is fair.
To make sure the secretary has a chance to answer the questions, that documents aren't used in a misleading way.
Committee Chairman Trey Gowdy says the hearing will be focused and not partisan. Dave?
John, they're going bats in New York. Celebrating the Mets going to the World Series after sweeping the Cubs to win the National League in Chicago, where they're quite used to better luck next year. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Clouds and 56 degrees. 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. The Cubs' great season is over. Skipper Joe Maddon says the Mets were simply the better team after they completed a 4-game sweep of the Cubs.
Their domination of the early part of the game and their pitching was impressive. They played well. They didn't make mistakes. So it's not so much to be disappointed in our performance. They were just that good for 4 days, man. So I got to give them credit.
Mets win 8-3 last night. In other news, the southwest suburb of Plainfield in mourning after authorities say a high school teacher there was stabbed to death by her husband. Police say Craig Cunningham called a relative and confessed to the murder of Susan Cunningham before committing suicide himself. A 14-year-old girl was killed. Her 16-year-old brother seriously hurt when the vehicle that they were riding in crashed into a tree on their way to a Wilmington high school practice. Corey Tebbins of Wilmington died this week at a hospital after injuries overcame her, injuries sustained in that crash. She was a passenger in that vehicle driven by her brother, who was taking her to color guard practice. Mayor Emanuel is backing away from his plan to privatize the city's 311 non-emergency phone system. But as AM 560's David Stewart reports, he is not abandoning it.
36 aldermen, along with the union representing workers at the 311 call center, are urging Emanuel to drop the plan, saying it's too important to city function to farm out to a third party. Emanuel, who's in need of votes next week for his tax-laden budget, agreed to consider their concerns.
I laid out an idea for 311. They have a different idea. We'll work through those issues, but without compromising our fundamental goal.
He says privatizing would save the city $1 million a year and allow for upgrades the city can't afford now. David Stewart, Chicago.
Former College of DuPage President Robert Bruder will sue the school's Board of Trustees. He filed that suit after less than 24 hours after he was fired from the college. And the Bears have thrown a stiff arm on the plan backed by Mayor Emanuel to allow a George Lucas-funded museum on lakefront land now used as a Soldier Field parking lot. The team reportedly seeking major compensation for the inconvenience of the project it will impose on Bears fans. The American League Championship Series going back to Kansas City after the Blue Jays beat the Royals 7-1. And Florida visiting the Blackhawks tonight. The Hawks have been off since capturing a 4-1 win over the Blue Jackets on Saturday. The news, a service of Fresh Time Markets, celebrating the grand openings of Fresh Time Farmers Markets in Chicago's Bucktown, Lincoln Park, Crystal Lake, and Naperville with juicy blackberries, just 77 cents for a 6-ounce package. Visit FreshTime.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager always puts tragedy in perspective.
I'd like a politician on the left, any Democrat, any activist for more gun laws, to be asked this question. What do you think is more likely to reduce murders by firearm? Not by knives even, but by firearms. More gun laws or more fathers?
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As President, I promise to reform our prison system and fix it once and for all.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
Here's some great news. Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates can help you with your retirement game plan. You know Jack, or you should. Jack is the president and founder of Tabota & Associates. He's been helping folks just like you retire successfully for 3 decades. Jack has the insight, information, strategies, and experience you can use to build wealth and keep it. Live good. Retire well with Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates. 630-777-7955. 630-777-7955.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
6:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Bishop Ford Freeway has heavy delays from 159th Street to before 130th. The crash in the right lane, and it's stop and go from 103rd to the merge. It is 45 minutes from 8094 to the Ryan. Outbound fine at 15. I-57, 22 minutes from I-80 to the merge. Edens is fine. Kennedy getting heavy in pockets. No significant delays yet. Inbound Eisenhower. There is a 5-minute delay from Manheim to First Avenue. Outbound still good. Stevenson, the main delay from Harlem to Kedzie in 47 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic is a service of RCN, Entertainment Redefined. Get RCN's award-winning Mega Fast 155 internet, plus watch TV anywhere with RCN to go. All for as low as $55.94 per month. It's Mega Fast-tastic. RCN, Entertainment Redefined, 1-800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, sunny, patchy clouds, high 63, partly cloudy night, low 49. Then tomorrow, some sun with clouds increasing, high of 69. Breezy into the night with gusts getting up to 30 miles per hour. Showers tomorrow night with a low of 60. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 56 at O'Hare, 59 along the lakefront. Next news, 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
That it may very well be that process, by the time we get through it, closes the window on mounting a realistic campaign for president.
The purpose of this committee has been debunked, and the reason is because they have clearly stated and shown in their actions that their only desire is to undermine Secretary Clinton's presidential effort.
She's lying. She's absolutely lying.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Mets Royals World Series. Who do you like?
Mets.
Yeah.
Because of Svendergaard and Unagi.
Syndergaard.
Syndergaard. But you have to say it Swedish in the Swedish pronunciation.
No, I really don't.
Yeah, our hopes for the World Series are gone this year, but we're looking forward to next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
That's a refrain I've heard before from Cubs fans.
Oh, no one's ever said that before.
Oh.
I coined that term on my own.
And you're purchasing your Make America Great Again cap.
Yes, because that was part of our bet.
A hat tip to the Mets, and you have to give a hat tip to Donald Trump now for a week on this show.
Can I bend what do you call the billfold? Can I bend it in or keep it hard? What do you want me to do?
The bill.
The bill.
Yeah.
Did I call it a billfold? No, billfold's what you put in your pocket. I'm sorry, I have a bit of a baseball hangover today.
Yeah.
I've spent more time at Wrigley lately than my own house. And I have no idea what my children look like, so.
Well, it'd be good for you to reunite with Peyton and Eli. I know there's a lot of politics going on with Biden's announcement, with the Benghazi committee hearing today, with Paul Ryan's ascension to speaker, now a fait accompli. But let's not lose perspective on the policy debates. And one of those policy debates, particularly in the wake of the most recent college campus shooting in Oregon, is whether or not there should be right to carry on college campuses. There's a movement called Students for Concealed Campus initiative that is helping bring campus carry legislation to 13 states, but only Texas has actually passed legislation to permit concealed carry on college campuses. So is that a good idea in the wake of Oregon and all of the other incidents of mass shootings, bringing right to carry to college campuses? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA is the turnkey.pro text line. And I was reminded of this debate because there's a very good piece written by Rachel Liu, whose husband is an academic, a college professor. She is a contributor to The Federalist, in which she penned this op-ed entitled, "I Want My Husband to Have a Gun on Campus." She writes, "Fixing the problem through gun control would be unrealistic, even if we were willing to shrug off the Constitution. America is already filled with guns, and there's no feasible way to reclaim them. I have no objection to exploring the other solutions, but doubt they'll have much efficacy. And I'm even inclined to ask, if it weren't for campus shootings, would it just be something else?" She goes on to write, "It's one thing to accept my husband's mostly safe job has a slightly increased risk of death by a psychopath. It's quite another to accept that he can't do anything about it. If newsrooms were being shot up at the same rate, I'm guessing we'd be seeing major movements to protect journalists."
Journalists would lock and load if they could. I mean, they would, just to protect themselves.
Miss Liu goes on to write, "We live in a world that glorifies aberration and celebrates victimhood. Meanwhile, family and community breakdown, along with the burgeoning welfare state, have left us with hordes of angry, bitter loners who spend hours of their day consoling themselves for their underdeveloped manhood by consuming violent media in industrial qualities." That is a powerful and well-constructed statement. She says academics aren't underprivileged. Of course, they're just extremely squeamish about guns, because most of them are libs. That's why we see communities of healthy, intelligent people choosing to be sitting ducks for murderous psychopath. It's infuriating. Aren't universities supposed to be gathering places for smart people? Smart people can be ignorant too. So how do they conclude that it's a good idea to permit the guy with the murder and death wish the cozy security of knowing he'll be the only one around with a firearm? I hate that our young people are coming of age in such an environment. And she offers a compromise. Don't start by allowing everyone to carry. Universities can exercise more control by issuing campus carry permits, probably to eligible faculty and staff. It could be strictly voluntary. If the idea of touching a gun terrifies you, you don't have to volunteer. But what about that idea?
312-642-5600. Guns on college campuses, I'm for. Guns in elementary schools, I think the school security guard could have one, maybe the principal, but I do not want teachers carrying at that early age because kids are curious. If you keep your eye off your weapon for 1 second, I'm telling you, they will grab it and they will do something nefarious with it. I've been around too many schools to know that kids there's certain ages that I don't think the teachers should be carrying.
Yeah, well, there's some kind of underdeveloped in terms of maturity kids at college campuses too, and then you mix some alcohol into it, and they're just, I don't know if they're any more likely or less likely than a curious elementary school student to do something on that order too. This would be purposeful, some kind of idiotic stunt. You see idiotic stunts on college campuses all the time. I'm not so sure that precludes the idea of allowing responsible adults to protect themselves and the community of interest by extension. And to that point, there's a couple interesting stories because these stories never get told in the old media. So I want to tell them. The other day, Sunday night, actually, and this just kind of becoming more nationally known, in Detroit, a man with a legally concealed handgun shot 2 armed robbers when 3 teenagers attempted to rob him at a Detroit bus stop. The 3 teenagers came up to him and said, "We're going to blow you away if you don't give us your money." One robber went in and pulled $220 out of the victim's pocket. As the criminals celebrated, the shooter saw his opportunity to make a move, and he shot 2 of the assailants, one in the chest, one in the leg. The other fled.
God, these kids were 16 and 17.
Well, right. The victim, who protected himself, said, "I believe you should have the right to protect yourself from any danger. We should be able to walk and go where we want freely and not be in fear of our life. That's why I believe your license, your concealed carry license, is protecting you from any danger you may come across." You know, this is the argument that you're more likely to hurt yourself or an innocent victim than to protect yourself against an assailant. You know, these stories never happen if you listen to the rhetoric of the gun banners. Just a couple weeks ago in South Carolina, boy, this would have been good. Are you watching Fargo by any chance?
No, I'm not.
It's good series.
I lived near there.
Check
I'm
it
all
out.
right.
Second season just started. There's a big murder in a Waffle House in Fargo.
Oh, really?
That's what this reminded me of. A Waffle House customer in South Carolina, North Charleston, with a legally concealed carry weapon saved the day by shooting an armed robber. Police officer on the scene, speaking on the condition of anonymity, said the customer's actions are an example of how guns in the right hands can save people. The officer said, "It says something about firearms. For good people with firearms being in the right hands." One of the customers at the Waffle House said he saved us. That's what he did. This customer with the concealed weapon that shot an armed robber. So, boy, I don't know. You know, it just seems to me defining where people, law-abiding people, responsible people can protect themselves and where they can't, I don't like it. And I don't like the government in that business.
But we don't hear about these stories. We just hear, you know, what happened when a father on the west side of Chicago had a gun and had a permit and got a gun and a concealed carry permit for protection because he's an ex-gang member. And people are out after him. And his 6-year-old son grabbed the gun and shot the 3-year-old brother. Yeah. You hear about those stories, but you don't hear about these stories.
Glenn in New Buffalo, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes. Hi, Dan. Love your show. You always think things through, and you know, it's a really good point. And pro-gun. However, you know, you get all these people out there that are saying, "Oh, we've got a shooting on the campus. Now we got to arm everybody." Nobody ever talks about all the shootings that happen in, let's say, liquor stores, you know, motels, taxi cabs, all these other places. But boy, we get 1 shooting, 2 shootings, let's say a half a dozen. How many taxi cab drivers get shot in comparison to how many police officers? How many? No one ever talks about those. If we're going to arm everybody, bring it on, man. Arm everybody.
Thanks, Glenn. Pablo on the south side. Oh, I'm sorry, Pablo. I accidentally deleted you. I apologize.
Double-clicked you.
Pablo, call back. That was accidental. I want to hear your perspective. 312-642-5600. Sorry about that, Pablo. Zach in Cherville.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
So I'm a college student. I attend Indiana University Northwest in Gary, Indiana. And I also have a concealed permit through the state of Indiana. And I refuse to be a victim.
So do you bring your weapon to class?
I keep it in my I keep it in my backpack.
Oh.
I'm not. I'd rather take that risk.
Yeah.
Of having. It's not like I'm out waving it around.
Right.
But if somebody storms into my classroom, like as we've seen throughout the country, I'm not going to cower behind or throw something at him because after I'm done throwing stuff at him, guess what? He still has a weapon. I'm trained. I'm a U.S. veteran. I know what I'm doing with a handgun. I feel more comfortable me having a handgun than having to wait on a police officer to arrive, which takes about 9 minutes.
There you go. Thanks for the call, Zach.
Thanks, Zach. Be careful.
Yes, that's right. I carry a gun because a police officer's too heavy. We'll take more of your calls, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line after this.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today, a few patchy clouds, a pleasant high of 63 degrees. Then tomorrow, breezy, a little bit warmer, a high near 70. Let's see what the travel times are like and say good morning again to Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Dan, inbound Bishop Ford Freeway. It is a solid mess now from 8094 to be 430th with a crash there in the right lane and heavy as well approaching the merge. 45 minutes is the travel time from 8094 to the Ryan. I-57 getting heavier too. It's 27 minutes from I-80 to the Rhine. Eden still good. The Kennedy running 25 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. The Eisenhower 36 minutes. Thorndale to the post office outbound 30. The Stevenson is 47 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Eastbound Adams Tollway stop and go from the Displains Oasis to around 294. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I want to thank all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever, but that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? You know, I told you last week that my mom had forgotten to take her pillow with her to St. Louis for her open heart surgery and how painful life was without her MyPillow. Here's Louise.
My pain was all really zeroed in on my upper back, and hospital pills are terrible. So when you sent me one, it just made all the difference in the world. I love that thing. I'm never going anywhere without it, I'll tell you that.
And if you want one of those things, then just go to MyPillow.com, type in Amy in the promo code, and you'll get 2 pillows for the price of one, so you could keep one for yourself and give one as a gift. MyPillow.com, promo code Amy. Or call the 800 number, 800-489-0201, 800-489-0201, and start sleeping better, like our friend Louise.
How do you stay connected to your business when your work has you traveling from Miami on Monday to Tacoma on Tuesday? You call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. Regis offers drop-in business lounges, meeting rooms, and office space in more than 3,000 locations worldwide, allowing you to work from anywhere at any time, all on your terms. Call Regis today at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And Contour Next gives you a second chance, allowing you to reapply to the same strip when the first sample is not enough, saving you time and money. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Leader Pharmacy.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I stopped taking artificially produced multivitamins, and I tried the Balance of Nature because it just makes sense. What's more natural than actual food? It just rings true. It just makes sense, and from a scientific standpoint, it makes sense also. You're supposed to be getting nutrition from whole foods. I definitely feel better overall. My energy level is better.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, we're talking about whether or not to allow for concealed carry on college campuses. This is legislation making its way through legislatures in a dozen states, passed by Texas. And then we have this story that's just breaking this morning. Swedish officials say a teacher was killed and 2 students seriously injured Thursday when a masked, sword-wielding man attacked a school in the southwestern town of Trollhättan. Say it in Swedish.
You said Trollhättan?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
The attacker was shot by police and he's hospitalized in serious condition. Shot by police. Shot.
Yeah,
Shot.
They used to not carry guns. Now they carry guns in Sweden.
Yeah.
Especially because of the Muslim uprising with all the refugees that happened about 2 years ago. And they were, do you remember that there was a series of nights where cars were flipped over, set on fire? because there was a case where the outcome didn't go their way in court. It was police allegations of police brutality. So the whole thing. So then Swedish police officers are now arming themselves.
Yeah, Eurabian, not immune. It's like Raiders of the Lost Ark. You remember the scene, the Harrison Ford showdown with the sword-wielding assailant? And he just decides to pull out his gun and shoot him. Yeah. Did you want to be the Harrison Ford, or do you want to be the sword-wielding assailant? Let's go to Edward in Bucktown.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I am strongly in favor of concealed carry on campus, and I think it would be a good solution. I'm well-trained since I was a kid, as are my kids who are actually out of college now, so it really doesn't matter for them. But I also strongly oppose and don't want to give in on like the Planned Parenthood tendencies, which I think are on the other side of the gun issue as well, in general. So I'm thinking, how do we get this? It's going to be really hard to get anybody to approve, concealed carry. Hard, many years of battle. Why don't we trade concealed carry on campus for some Planned Parenthood behaviors?
What does that mean?
What is it?
We fund Planned Parenthood in exchange for right to carry on campuses?
Well, we give in on that issue, which we don't want to give in on. The more conservative-leaning people that tend to favor concealed carry and oppose the Planned Parenthood behaviors, then likewise they tend to oppose, guns and want to fund abortion. So maybe we just give in on that. So you give us concealed carry, and we'll give you,
Thanks for the call, Albert. I don't agree with that horse trading. I like to be pro-life across the board, and there's an intellectual consistency to those issues. In addition to that, by the way, we shouldn't stop when we're winning. We've won the argument. This is why Democrats, even when they were in control of Congress, didn't move any new gun control legislation because there's no popular support for it. This is how we've gone from 1988 or 87 maybe, with Florida being the first state to have right to carry, to now all 50 states, thanks in large part in the recent years to Supreme Court decisions. But that is a big change in national policy with respect to Second Amendment rights over the course of 3 decades. So we're winning. We should just keep prosecuting the arguments. We don't have to give anything. Kevin on the Northwest Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. In January 2013, my father's a retired police officer, and he came home and he shot 2 people that were burglaring his home and bum rushed them. One of them subsequently pled guilty to gun charges where he was stealing guns from homes and selling them to gangs in Gary, Indiana. That was a good thing. Bad thing is I worked as a paramedic in New Mexico. I got called to many domestic violence issues on the campus in Las Cruces where guns were involved. I'm not at all a proponent of having carry conceal on campuses.
You're not, but I don't understand. How do you make that decision? You punish the law-abiding for the transgressions of the non-law-abiding?
Are you willing to risk that 1%, 5% hostility, alcohol, emotional, psychological on a campus at a party where there's a bunch of people involved and have something happen?
Well, that's the same argument to not have right to carry more generally. So by that argument, you would say no right to carry anywhere, anytime.
I think that there is. If you show me a campus that has a good law enforcement force on it at all times, safe, that can monitor this, I think it would be okay. Otherwise, I'm just speaking from my experience going to these campuses, these parties, these domestics, and having students, girlfriends, boyfriends, parties. Guns were available, guns were being used, guns were being threatened. It's a scary situation.
All right, appreciate
look
the
what
call,
happened
Kevin.
in Flagstaff. There was just a fraternity party, and it started with a fist fight and ended with a gunfight.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to refinance and pay off debt, you called me and I helped you. When your kids were purchasing their first home and you wanted to make sure they were working with a trustworthy lender, you called me and I helped them. If you would like to talk to me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. Pearl Mortgage.com licensing.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM560 business owners. It's a name that you've come to know and trust. Turnkey IT takes care of your technology and has a plan that fits your company's IT budget and network needs. Are you interested in moving some or all of your business to the cloud? Well, Turnkey IT can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Do you need someone to call when you can't print, have a lost file, or need tech support? Turnkey IT's got you covered. Offsite backup? Check. On-site support? Check. Help desk support? Check. Turnkey IT staff is professional, friendly, punctual, and will solve all of your technical problems immediately and even work after normal business hours, all for a fixed monthly rate. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, KT McFarland will be here.
And how did Louis Gutierrez's pressuring of NBC work to prevent Trump from hosting SNL? We'll talk about that at 6:46.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. 56 degrees, cloudy skies. Secretary of State John Kerry, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have called for an immediate end to violence between Israelis and Palestinians as the two head into talks in Berlin today. A 32-year-old man is behind bars in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He's charged in the road rage shooting death of a 4-year-old girl. Tony Torres is accused of opening fire Tuesday on a pickup truck in which Lily Garcia rode in the back seat. Meantime, officials say a suspect has been arrested in a shooting that left an Albuquerque, New Mexico officer critically hurt. Authorities say a masked man has attacked a school in southern Sweden today, killing a teacher, seriously wounding 2 students before being shot by police. Wisconsin Representative Paul Ryan earning the backing of the boisterous House Freedom Caucus in his run for House Speaker. However, the caucus did fall short of the 80% margin the group requires for an official endorsement. Representative Devin Nunes, late last night, met with reporters and was asked what's holding back the Freedom Caucus from a full endorsement of Paul Ryan.
This is a big decision. I don't know that there's any sticking points. It's just we need to know if he's going to change the nature of the House. He's going to change the way Washington works. That's all we have been asking for, is very simple process changes that actually make members feel empowered.
Joe Biden will not be throwing his hat in the ring. The vice president announcing in the White House Rose Garden yesterday he will not seek the presidency, but he says he will not be silent during this political season.
I intend to speak out clearly and forcefully to influence as much as I can where we stand as a party and where we need to go as a nation.
His son, Beau Biden, died in May after a long struggle with brain cancer. Cubs' great baseball season is over after the Mets swept out the Northsiders at Wrigley with an 8-3 win last night. A 14-year-old girl killed, her 16-year-old brother seriously hurt when their vehicle that they were riding in crashed into a tree on their way to a Wilmington high school practice. Corianne Tebbins of Wilmington died at a hospital after injuries sustained in that crash. Mayor Emanuel agrees to consider some modifications suggested by aldermen to his plan to allow ride-sharing drivers access to airports and McCormick Place. And Illinois is no longer under a quarantine to limit the spread of the emerald ash borer beetle. But it's not what you think. The Department of Agriculture says Illinois will not restrict the movement of any firewood within the state because the pest is too widespread to continue to regulate. Again, we told you about the Mets and Cubs. The American League Championship Series headed back to Kansas City after a Blue Jays win over the Royals 7-1. And the Blackhawks take on Florida later tonight. The news a service of the Illinois Partners for Clean Air. Don't stress over parking, traffic, and gas prices. You've got endless options available with public transit. Get on board with saving time and money and improving air quality. Learn more at cleantheair.org. A check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity doesn't believe Hillary's new persona.
She's going to make a concerted effort on the campaign trail now to be funny, to be warm, to be transparent.
Just because she says it doesn't make it true.
She's not funny, she's not a warm person, and she's not somebody that has a lot of fidelity to the truth. I mean, it's the exact opposite.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As your president, I will make sure that there is equal pay for women.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
If you could choose any school from which to earn your college degree and be on your way to a better life, would you choose a school the Wall Street Journal recognized for producing some of the best qualified graduates? One the Princeton Review ranked as a leader in undergraduate education? And one U.S. News & World Report named #1 in the nation for innovation ahead of both MIT and Stanford? Discover why Arizona State University is a clear choice for your future. In addition, ASU Online offers over 100 graduate and undergraduate programs you can take 100% online and on your schedule. You'll receive the exact same curriculum, degree, and prestigious faculty as our on-campus students. For information, call 1-800-720-2358. U.S. News & World Report also ranked ASU in the top 10 best places to earn an online degree. So get started today and learn to thrive with Arizona State University online. Call today at 1-800-720-2358. That's 1-800-720-2358.
Are you or someone you know facing foreclosure, losing the family home? You'd be not alone. See, people, we are in the aftermath of what is being revealed to have been the greatest financial crime spree in history, perpetrated by the Wall Street investment banks smuggling and packaging mortgages, and continuing this day by the mortgage servicers that service those mortgages. I'm Lou Bridges. I have a law firm I put together. We defend foreclosure actions. We help people do strategic defaults, short sales, and modifications that include restructuring. Call us for a free consultation. We'll tell you what to look for in hiring a foreclosure defense attorney. We'll tell you some of your options. We'll give you a free consultation. But whatever you do, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
Call 224-513-1231 or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. That's 224-513-1231 or FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Get real answers from a real foreclosure defense law firm.
6:37 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Like on the inbound Bishop Ford Freeway, traffic is stop and go from 8094 to before 130th. The crash has moved to the right side. It's improved a bit, 35 minutes from 8094 to the Ryan. I-57 running 28 minutes. Edens, 24 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. Kennedy, 28 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 32. The Eisenhower. Now 50 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 34. The Stevenson, 48 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown traffic. Service of TrueCar. Save time and money by downloading TrueCar's mobile app. Configure the new car you want, see what others paid for it, and lock in guaranteed savings from TrueCar certified dealers in your area. Most users save over $3,000 off MSRP. Save time, save money, never overpay. Download the TrueCar app today. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Sunshine and patchy clouds, high 63 today. Partly cloudy and 49 overnight. 57 at O'Hare. Next, news at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Financial Planning with Jack Taboda, your 401k specialist, whose goal is to protect, preserve, and grow your wealth. Saturday mornings at 7.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, now it's time to talk about what we can expect or what we can hope for from Hillary's appearance before the Benghazi Oversight Committee today. And for some expert insight into those questions, we're now joined by our friend KT McFarland, Fox News national security analyst. KT, thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
So you have a piece up on the Fox News website, foxnews.com, this morning. Benghazi, the fundamental question that still hasn't been answered. What is that fundamental question?
What were the Americans doing in Benghazi in the first place? We're trying to figure out, what happened, why weren't they rescued? Okay, but let's go back a step and say, what were they doing there in the first place? This is supposed to be an annex or a consulate. Well, embassy annexes and consulates, that's where diplomats issue visas and they find Americans lost luggage. And that's clearly not what was happening with a bunch of special forces in Benghazi. So what were they? Who was Ambassador Stevens there to meet? And who was responsible for his security? And who were the Libyan militia groups that we were partnering with and who vetted them? There have been rumors swirling around that the real problem was that we were running guns in Libya.
To Syria.
Which was to Syria, or to jihadist groups that we liked, the Libyan groups that we thought were our Libyan groups, our Libyan tribes, our Libyan militias, and that the weapons were either coming from Gaddafi, and who had a very large stockpile of a lot of different kinds of weapons that were kind of abandoned. When he was overthrown, nobody could really account for all of those weapons. And also that other countries in the region, other radical groups throughout the region wanted to get weapons, either to the Libyan groups, to their particular Libyan tribes, or even to Syria. All of that, by the way, is forbidden. All of that was illegal, according to UN sanctions. So was this an effort by the administration to take the weapons and find a new home for them without anybody noticing? I don't know the answer to that, but there have been continuous reports that was what they were really doing. There's no reason for a lot of U.S. Special Forces guys, heavily armed, well-trained, to be at embassy annexes and consulates.
What was Christopher Stevens' role in all of that if they were running guns?
Was he the guy in charge of it? He had been in Libya from the very beginning of the effort to overthrow Gaddafi. He spoke Arabic. He knew a lot of these tribes. Were the groups that he was working with? Remember, it's not like there was a George Washington Revolutionary Army rebel army. There was a lot of different militia groups. Everybody had guns. Everybody's fighting everybody else. What was his role in all of this? Did he trust the people that he was supposed to be meeting with? Did they turn on him? Did the very weapons that were used to kill our own people, were they weapons that we had somehow gotten into the hands of the bad guys, not with any intention of doing that, but by mistake? I mean, I think the whole Benghazi and the entire Middle East saga in the Obama administration is that the Obama administration, Secretary Clinton, Secretary Kerry, they've had this sort of love affair with moderately radical Islamists. The people who maybe aren't ISIS, but they're one step removed from that. And they thought, well, those are the guys we can partner with. Well, it turns out those guys are maybe not quite as bad as ISIS, but close.
Well, to that end, then, and Trey Gowdy showed a little bit of leg on Sunday on Face the Nation, discussing the Chris Stevens emails that no other Benghazi investigative committee has requisitioned. He's got them. He's probably spent the last couple weeks reviewing them. This is going to be new information that's ostensibly presented at the hearings today. Do you see the quality of the hearings turning on the contents of the Stevens emails and the questions that follow from them?
Well, the Stevens emails, and he was a prolific emailer, as Chairman Gowdy said. He had asked for security well before the Benghazi attacks. There will be a paper trail of this. I mean, I've worked in government. I've worked at the Pentagon. The military, security forces, intel force, nobody does anything without a paper trail. So if we have Secretary Clinton's emails that she gave, none of them were around the Benghazi period. She deleted those. Those are the ones that she said were about her mother's funeral and her daughter's wedding flowers and her yoga schedule. But that would have been the critical several days leading up to, during, and immediately after the Benghazi attacks. But those are not the emails that Secretary Clinton has turned over. But now that, the emails that she had, they were to somebody from somebody. So they may not have her emails, but they can at least recreate from the emails of others, including Ambassador Stevens.
But should we temper our expectations for any kind of Matlock moment where the killer admits he's the killer?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Secretary Clinton is really good at this.
Yeah.
I mean, she'll slither away. The hearing to me today will be important just because to see how does she react, what information do they have. But the real action is going on behind the scenes. You and I will not know about it. The American people will not know about it because it's the FBI investigations. The FBI does have Hillary Clinton servers. The FBI does have the ability to get information out of other aspects of government. So it's not what's going on now in front of our faces. It's what's going on behind the scenes. And I've got to tell you, of all the political animals in Washington, D.C., before, now, and later, the one guy who is an honorable, decent, stand-up guy who will not be coerced from partisan politics is the director of the FBI, James Comey. We are really lucky to have him as our director of the FBI.
And when are they going to be done with their investigation?
We don't know. We know that they're actively doing it now.
All right. Well, I wonder what side of Hillary we're going to see today. Is she going to be angry? Is she going to act like the victim? What are you predicting?
Okay, Amy, this is a 4-hour hearing. We're going to see it all.
Yeah, right. I like Kung Fu Grip Hillary myself. Katie McFarland, Fox News national security analyst. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll look forward to seeing you live and in person at the Freedom Summit next month.
I can't wait. It should be a terrific day. I hope everybody comes.
Thanks for joining us, KT.
And a shameless plug, if you want to come, go to freedomsummitchicago.com.
That's November 14th?
Yeah, put it Saturday, November 14th. Hugh Hewitt will be there, Sean Hannity, KT McFarland, Guy Benson, Katie Pavlich. I heard Dan Proft's going to be there, too. So freedomsummitchicago.com.
The event about bearing the lead.
The event will sell out. It does every year. So go now, freedomsummitchicago.com.
Talking about Benghazi, Katie had to jump, but I would direct people's attention to that op-ed I referenced on foxnews.com. She's always insightful. She's a really independent thinker. That's why it's fun to speak with her. She's not kind of reciting anybody's talking points.
Right, and she's been there. So she knows that
Correct.
the consulates and embassy annexes are used for finding lost luggage and issuing visas.
Right, and the discussion she just had with us about the paper trail, which is going to turn out to be important. We'll see how important, depending on what Trey Gowdy has this afternoon. But in addition to that, we're hearing, even prior to the hearing, from Clinton Flax. And I have to play this just because she's my favorite congressperson. She is Sheila Jackson Lee. Oh, yeah. And Sheila Jackson Lee was apparently, for some unknown reason, I don't know why, she was tabbed to go out
the front man
and be one of the Flax, along with Lanny Davis and the other usual suspects for Camp Hillary, yesterday in advance of the hearings, to essentially throw a wet blanket on the whole thing and say it's all partisan politics. Here's Sheila Jackson Lee, and then I'll remember for you who Sheila Jackson Lee is.
I want the truth. None of us want to stand in front of or block the truth. And let me say this. I served as a staffer on a select committee. They're held in high esteem. Select committee on narcotics, on hunger. So they have a purpose in the House. The purpose of this committee has been debunked. And the reason is because they have clearly stated and shown in their actions that their only desire is to undermine Secretary Clinton's presidential effort.
Yeah, is that what's happened? Is that what they've stated? I don't think she knows what the term stated means. I don't believe Trey Gowdy has stated anything of the sort. Just putting.
But another congressman on the committee has stated that this is just
not on the committee. Not on the committee. Kevin McCarthy. Kevin McCarthy said that. Not any Republican.
Adam Schiff.
He's a Democrat.
He's a Democrat, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
No Republican on the committee.
They're just trying to say that this is a partisan issue just to bring down Hillary Clinton.
Well, this is what you do when the facts aren't with you. You attack your opponent. I mean, I went to law school too. That's not a big surprise. But just to remind you who Sheila Jackson Lee is for entertainment purposes. Sheila Jackson Lee, who was on the House Science Committee in 1997.
They let women on that?
Yes, wow. While she was on a trip to the Mars Pathfinder Operations Center in California, Sheila Jackson Lee asked if the Pathfinder had succeeded in taking a picture of the flag that was planted on the planet Mars by Neil Armstrong.
No, she didn't.
She did. She did. And the Pathfinder was not successful in capturing that picture, of course, because the flag...
When it drove by for the drive-by?
Not on Mars.
No, it's not.
As recently as 2010, Sheila Jackson Lee still was under the impression that Vietnam had not reunified after the Vietnam War. She talked about North and South Vietnam living side by side in harmony, making the comparison to the war in Afghanistan.
Did she mean North and South Korea? Did she get her countries mixed up?
She's got a lot of things mixed up. Sheila Jackson Lee, talking of the Tea Party, said that Klansmen of the past are now Tea Party members. All those who wore sheets a long time ago have now lifted them off and started wearing clothing with a name, say, I am part of the Tea Party. That is a verbatim quote from Sheila Jackson Lee.
Are you kidding me?
Sheila Jackson Lee introduced a resolution to honor Michael Jackson as a global humanitarian.
Oh.
Sheila Jackson Lee berated a Continental
child molester.
Airlines flight attendant.
Oh, yeah. What was that one again?
Don't you know who I am? I'm
yeah.
Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Where is my seafood meal? I know it was ordered. That is Sheila Jackson Lee. So I just want to put a little context to what Sheila Jackson Lee may have to offer on Benghazi, given her past offerings in her public life. Sheila Jackson Lee, the honorable Congresswoman from Houston. Bill in McHenry.
Morning, Dan, and morning, Amy. You folks do a great job. I've heard KT McFarland talk about the hearings a lot, and especially the email investigation. And she's made this comment a few times, stating that the FBI and the CIA work for the White House, and the White House has the power to shut this whole thing off. And I'm wondering out loud now how soon that's going to happen. How soon will the White House intervene and save Hillary from this mess?
Well, thanks for the call, Bill. And it's a good question. We talked to Ron Kessler earlier in the week, and he pointed out an underreported portion of Obama's interview with 60 Minutes, wherein he said, Hillary Clinton's email flap, there was nothing that was violative of national security. And does that then short circuit the FBI investigation if Obama is deeming, even after the fact, that what was classified is not classified or shouldn't have been? And how does that impact any potential prosecution of Hillary? So that may already be ongoing. I think it's an open question we don't know the answer to.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, sunshine, some high patchy clouds, pleasant, a high of 63 degrees. And then for Friday, it's going to be breezy around here, increasing clouds, but warm once again, a high near 70 degrees. Let's see if the travel times are pleasant. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Oh, they're getting unpleasant, Amy. Inbound Eisenhower before Sacramento. There's a crash on the left side. It's now an hour and 4 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, 47 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 40 to Thorndale. Edens, 24 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 19. The Kennedy, 35 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 40. The Stevenson is an hour and 4 minutes from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. There's a new lane configuration going on to Lakeshore Drive, but slow from the Ryan to that point. I-57, looking at a travel time from I-80 to the merge of 27 minutes. Bishop Ford 40 after a crash near 130th. The northbound Tri-State has heavy delays, especially from Roosevelt to North Avenue with a crash in the left center lane. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Earnings and economic reports in focus on Wall Street. Valiant Pharmaceuticals stock down 33% on the week. Crude oil trading near a 3-week low. Those stories next.
I believe in the American entrepreneur. The small business owner is truly the backbone of the American economy. Hi, I'm Steve Cooper, co-founder of Ursop.com, the entrepreneur rollover stock ownership plan. My partner Karen Franklin and I started Ursop.com over 15 years ago because we're on a mission to help as many people as possible open and run their own businesses, simply, quickly, and easily, by using their own retirement funds. Then 3, 4, 5 years later, put the money back and have the corporation carry on by itself. Then you'll have the business and the security of the retirement funds, too. We recently worked with a gentleman who accomplished this in only 9 months. Ursop.com can set it up for you in about 2 weeks. It's pre-approved by the IRS, and it's totally legal. We've helped thousands of people achieve the dream of being their own boss. Give us a call, and let's talk about how we can help you, too. Call 866-MY-URSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP. Invest in yourself. Call 866-MY-URSOP. 866-MY-URSOP.
No shortage of information for investors to digest today. Wall Street assessing earnings reports from 3M, Caterpillar, American Express, eBay, McDonald's, Texas Instruments, and United Continental. eBay and Texas Instruments sharply higher in extended trading, both companies topping earnings targets. We'll see whether questions about Valiant Pharmaceuticals' business arrangements continue to weigh on the company's stock price. Shares of Valiant have plunged 33% so far this week. Investors also considering the latest reports on weekly jobless claims, housing prices, existing home sales, and the index of leading economic indicators. And we're watching crude oil trade near a 3-week low, near $45 a barrel. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
My brother Chris is allergic to talking about retirement. Bring up his future and you'll get glazed eyes and awkward answers. Don't believe me? Let's try it. Chris, when will you retire?
Ha! You darn right I like nachos.
See what I mean? Chris, do you have a retirement account?
It's gotta be the right kind of cheese.
One last time. Are you ever going to retire?
And don't forget jalapenos. I love jalapenos.
Good for you, buddy.
Avoiding the retirement conversation? At the Mutual Fund Store, we get it, and our advisors are here to help. Whether you're storing 401k statements in a shoebox, can't tell a traditional from a Roth IRA, or include piggy bank as one of your retirement accounts, there are no judgments here. We'll simply sit down with you one-on-one, talk about where you're at, and help you put a plan in place to get you where you want to be tomorrow. Let's get the conversation started today with a free consultation.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
When you buy a new house, you don't buy the first one you see. When you sell your home, you don't choose the first real estate broker you hear about. You choose the agent backed by the most powerful brand in real estate, and that agent is Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. Ed doesn't need to offer gimmicks like promising to buy your home because he can't sell it or 24-hour listing agreements. Oh, no. What Ed does offer is the promise of hard work and an aggressive, innovative marketing plan to sell your home. The most compelling reason to call RE/MAX Professionals is the best. Ed Lukasik Jr. has closed over 1,600 homes since 2008, giving him the knowledge and experience most agents can't obtain in their entire careers. The average real estate agent closes 7 homes a year. Ed, he sold over 229 listings in just the past year. So make the right choice. Choose RE/MAX Professionals to list your home. Get an in-person market analysis straight from Ed. Call him at this number, 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
We're not gathered here united tonight because of the name of our teams or of our schools.
Witness the true story,
but because of the name
of a spiritual awakening
above all names
that saved a high school,
Jesus,
and shook a city. Experience one hope.
Nobody out there knows what's happened with this team.
One truth.
But when you win on this day, they will!
One way.
Make the changes to these boys only.
Woodlawn.
I'm asking you to stand up right now and make a decision to change, to forgive, to choose Jesus.
I want you to stop all religious activities until this board has taken this matter under full review. I think I'm gonna get hit no matter what I do. I got some tough decisions to make.
Woodlawn, now showing.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's where Upstream Ideas comes in. Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted orthodoxies. In other words, Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
You've invested your heart and soul into your business, and the way you conduct yourself can have long-term effects on its success. The same goes for your business insurance. Your policy's coverage and reaction time when you have a loss can also have long-term effects on your business's success. Knowing the right amount of coverage and how to manage risk is what Heil & Heil Insurance Agency does best. At Heil & Heil, they provide you with a specialized commercial agent who can work with your business to keep it successful while minimizing risk. Let Heil & Heil find the best ways to protect it and reinvest the savings back into it. Call Heil & Heil Insurance today at 847-866-7400 for a free comprehensive evaluation of your business insurance. That's 847-866-7400 or visit them online, heilandheil.com.
Make sure your business is in the best position to succeed. Call Heil & Heil Insurance today, 847-866-7400, or visit heilandheil.com.
Here are the stories we're watching right now. Mets and the Cubs season. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Hillary Clinton once famously told a Benghazi hearing,
"What difference at this point does it make?"
As they probed administration talking points this morning, the Democrat will be questioned again. Fox News Radio's John Decker live in Washington.
Just hours before she's set to testify all day before the House Benghazi Committee, Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign is doing some pre-testimony spin. Clinton is expected to say that while Benghazi was a tragedy we must all learn from, America must continue to lead in a dangerous world. Republican committee member Mike Pompeo.
We still haven't held anyone accountable inside of the United States government for the death of 4 Americans.
Clinton's testimony is expected to last 8 to 10 hours and will focus on her actions before, during, and after the terrorist attack on the U.S. consulate in Benghazi, Libya. Dave?
John, with more Palestinians stabbing Israelis today, then being shot, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says,
I think it's time for the international community to say clearly to President Abbas, stop spreading lies about Israel.
He's meeting in Germany with Secretary of State Kerry, who's trying to stop this recent wave of deadly violence. A nightmare at a school in Sweden this morning. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, a teacher is dead and 2 students are seriously injured, according to police, who say the school in the city of Trollhättan was attacked by a man wearing a mask and armed with knife-like weapons, perhaps including a sword. The attacker was shot and wounded by police. His motive is unclear. He's said to be in his 20s. Dave?
Simon, a road rage mystery solved in New Mexico.
The Albuquerque Police Department detectives took into custody Tony Torres, age 32, who confessed to the murder.
Police Chief Gordon Eden. Torres cut off another driver. That led to an argument. Then he pulled out a gun and opened fire, hitting a 4-year-old girl in her daddy's truck, killing her. Also in Albuquerque, a police officer was shot and critically wounded at a traffic stop last night. The suspect was caught hours later. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
57 degrees this morning in Chicago at 7:02 AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. The Cubs' great season is over. Skipper Joe Maddon says the Mets never took their foot off the gas during a 4-game sweep.
They smothered us early, and that's always a great game plan, and they were able to do that, and they kind of dictated the action based on that. And again, all the credit to them.
Mets complete that sweep at Wrigley with an 8-3 win last night. Southwest suburb of Plainfield mourning this morning after authorities say a high school teacher was stabbed to death by her husband. A vigil held last night at Plainfield North High School to remember Susan Cunningham. Body discovered Tuesday night in her home. Craig Cunningham called a relative and confessed to the murder before committing suicide. Chicago's top cop, Gary McCarthy, among a group of national-level police brass and prosecutors headed to the White House today, as AM 560's David Stewart reports.
McCarthy co-chairs a new group of 130 officials calling for more alternatives to arrest and prosecution, especially for the mentally ill and drug addicts. Downgrading some offenses would open spaces, he says, for violent criminals.
If you put a gun in somebody's face and say, "Give me your money," that's a crime. And if you get caught with 10 bags of heroin, do you think that those 2 crimes should carry the same weight in the criminal justice system? It just doesn't make sense.
President Obama will join a panel discussion with the group on how to make the system more just and effective. David Stewart, Chicago.
Former College of DuPage President Robert Bruder is suing the school's Board of Trustees, filing the suit less than 24 hours after he was fired from the college. Time is up for a convicted former state representative, Derek Smith. He must report to prison by Friday to begin his sentence for bribery. A federal judge has denied Smith's latest effort to stay out of prison, saying His 5-month sentence would be over by now if he hadn't sought to delay it. American League Championship Series going back to Kansas City as the Blue Jays beat the Royals 7-1, and the Florida Panthers are in town to take on our Blackhawks later tonight. The news is a service of TrueCar. Save time and save money by downloading TrueCar's mobile app. Configure the new car you want, then see what others paid for it and lock in guaranteed savings from TrueCar certified dealers in your area. Most users save over $3,000 off MSRP. Save time, save money, and never overpay. Download the TrueCar app today. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560, The Answer.
She's bold.
You're not black, so drop the racism crap.
She's controversial.
When you bring the people here, you bring those cultures here.
She's unapologetic.
This is a total fraud and a fig leaf.
And she's coming to Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. She's Ann Coulter.
Now I'm talking.
See best-selling author and conservative firebrand Ann Coulter live on Saturday, November 14th at Freedom Summit Chicago in Itasca. Get your tickets now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Where do more than 2 million people go each day to do their best work? They go to Regis. Regis has beautifully designed tech-powered offices and co-working spaces with full admin support. Let Regis manage the details for you so you can focus on your business. Call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES to get up and running fast, without the hassle. Join the 2 million people who have found a better way to work. And right now, get a free officer meeting room for a day when you call 1-800-OFFICES. Regis, here to help you grow.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And Contour Next gives you a second chance, allowing you to reapply to the same strip when the first sample is not enough, saving you time and money. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Leader Pharmacy.
7:06. Let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens inbound is 30 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24 to Kennedy. Now 44 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 45. Inbound Eisenhower after a crash near Sacramento. It is an hour and 13 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 40 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 4 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44 minutes. Ryan, 26 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57, 27 minutes. I-80 to the Merck. Bishop Ford, 45. Northbound Tri-State stop and go Halstead to Dixie Highway with a crash now on the right shoulder. And it's low 115th to Ogden and Cermak to North Avenue. Spot Adams Tollway delays from the Elgin Toll to 25 and Bussy to the Tri-State. Reagan Tollway slow from the Aurora Toll to Eola at 83 to 294. Veterans Memorial jammed I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. Heavy Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here is meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, sunshine and patchy clouds with a high 63. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 49. Breezy with some sun followed by increasing clouds. Tomorrow, high 69. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 57 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
That it may very well be that process, by the time we get through it, closes the window on mounting a realistic campaign for president.
The purpose of this committee has been debunked, and the reason is because they have clearly stated and shown in their actions that their only desire is to undermine Secretary Clinton's presidential effort.
She's lying. She's absolutely lying.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So no black cats were required yesterday,
really?
Amy. Yeah.
Too soon. Yeah.
I know you're very much like Joe Biden. You're still going through the Kubler-Ross 5 stages of grieving.
Too soon.
So you're not ready. The window may close for you.
Hey, we had an excellent season. That's why I'm wearing the Cubs garb one more time, because we didn't do well in the final series, but we did well leading up to that.
But
so.
Someone took pity on you, and it wasn't me.
What do you mean?
Because I don't do that. You had a nice gesture from a listener with respect to your volleyball team.
Oh, yeah. So we were talking about, yesterday the Cubs, and then, I had a volleyball game to coach before, but we were lacking some volleyballs. And somebody wrote a nice letter, dropped it off at Blaine Elementary School, along with 6 very top-of-the-line volleyballs.
Nice.
And they just said, hope these help the girls' volleyball teams. We're also friends with your school nurse. She can vouch for us that we're not psycho stalker types. Keep up the great work, you and Dan at AM 560.
Things psycho stalker types say. And that was from Karch Karai?
No, it was from the Burton Shaws, Tom, Val, Christina, and Joanna.
Oh, that's very nice.
So thank you so much, and thanks for the volleyballs. And we won our game 2 straight yesterday.
And I'm sorry. What did they get me?
That a boy.
Oh.
They said you did a good job. See, it says right here, Dan, keep up the great work.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So more despondent over Joe Biden not getting into the race, or Paul Ryan consummating the support that he needs to be elevated to House Speaker, a formal vote to be taken next week, but it's a done deal. 312-642-5600 is the Turnkey.pro answer line. 64636-DA is the Turnkey.pro text line. Crazy Uncle Joe in the Rose Garden yesterday with Crazy Uncle Barack and Dr. Jill explaining why he has chosen not to run for president. Apparently, 2 embarrassing runs for president were enough.
As my family and I have worked through the grieving process, I've said all along what I've said time and again to others, that it may very well be that process, by the time we get through it, closes the window on mounting a realistic campaign for president, that it might close. I've concluded it has closed.
It's closed.
It's closed. Shop's closed, Dan.
But Biden then, after the first 2 minutes, he went on to give a 12-minute campaign speech, seeming to indicate that the window wasn't closed if, for example, perhaps Hillary Clinton is taken away in handcuffs.
He did mention again that Republicans are my friends. So this is the 3rd day in a row where he said, unlike others in the Democratic Party, I do not see Republicans as thy enemy.
Well, that's it. It was a classic Democrat campaign speech where you are someone who is very hyper-partisan and uncivil, but then when you're announcing your candidacy or trying to position yourself politically, then you talk in tones of civility, and we need to tone down the overheated rhetoric. And here's what Joe Biden said about his decision not to run, but his decision also not to be silent in this process.
Bo is our inspiration. Unfortunately, I believe we're out of time, the time necessary to mount a winning campaign for the nomination. But while I will not be a candidate, I will not be silent. I intend to speak out clearly and forcefully to influence as much as I can where we stand as a party and where we need to go as a nation.
I mean, what he didn't say was that he's backing Hillary Clinton. But what he did do by making this announcement yesterday with President Obama by his side, he takes the pressure off of Hillary. I mean, he stole the headlines from Hillary about Benghazi. So in some way, in my, conspiracy theory head, I think that this was orchestrated in a way not to focus too much attention on the Benghazi hearings, which start today. And also, Hillary Clinton, as he went back into the White House, Hillary Clinton called him and said that, history isn't done with you yet, Joe. And thanks for all that you've done for this country.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and he said he decided on Tuesday night and came out on Wednesday.
Interesting choice of phrases. If he wanted to really run interference for Hillary and her testimony today, he would have made his announcement this morning. I don't think that's the case. I think Charles Krauthammer has it sussed out correctly, as he normally does.
I agree with you completely. It was a two-part speech where the two parts were totally unconnected. I'm not running. And then he gave what was obviously an announcement speech. So there are two explanations. Either, like most journalists, he had to throw away a work product. He'd already written an announcement speech, and he's sort of, well, I might as well use it. The other explanation, I think, is right. What he did with that speech, which was essentially an announcement speech, was to say, I'm ready, I'm tanned, I'm rested, and if lightning strikes Hillary, meaning if the Department of Justice indicts her or something really out of the ordinary happens, and somehow she disappears, I just bought myself a standby ticket on Air Force One.
I mean, he laid out his rationale for running. He had a plan. His plan, of course, is to help the middle class because that's who he is. He's middle class Joe.
I know you in the press love to call me middle class Joe.
Nobody calls you
that.
And
I know in Washington that's not usually meant as a compliment. It means you're not that sophisticated.
No, it doesn't.
But it is about the middle class. It isn't just a matter of fairness or economic growth. It's a matter of social stability for this nation.
And he went on to talk about,
Yes, he did.
We can't, this is my favorite line, we can't sustain the current levels of inequality that exist in our country, and the middle class need to be saved.
And there's an interesting piece assessing why Joe didn't run in the New Yorker. Just this little anecdote that's included in the piece.
Campaign funds?
The presidency means more to Biden than it does even to other politicians who believe it should be theirs. When, as a teenager at the University of Delaware, he first met the parents of his future wife, his first wife, Nelia Hunter.
She died in the car accident,
Right.
Okay.
Miss Hunter's mother asked Joe what he planned to do for a living. This is as an undergrad at University of Delaware. President, he said, of the United States. President of the United States at the tender age of a college undergrad.
I think that's admirable. I don't think that's a sin.
No,
well, I knew what I wanted to be, and I told people, and I don't like dream crushers who say, "Oh, you can't. That'll never happen."
No, it's not about it never happening, although it's never going to happen for Joe. It's just about what that says about you at that age, at that relatively immature age.
Or confident.
And it's going to have to be much like where my gubernatorial ambitions ended.
See, but no one was a dream crusher on you.
Well, it's as Robert Browning wrote, may a man's reach always exceed his grasp, or else what's a heaven for? So in heaven, Joe Biden will be president, and I'll be governor of Illinois. How about that?
Sounds good to me.
Steve in Hinsdale.
Yes, all three of them up there are just goofy. And there wasn't even anybody in the Rose Garden. I mean, there was like two people there. Nobody cares. But the thing that really irritates me is why do we refer to her as Dr. Jill Biden? She didn't even need to be there. She's not a medical doctor. She's got some goofy, semi-academic EDD degree that she got online.
Don't bash
Wait a
Jill.
second.
First of all, Steve, people were in the Rose Garden. There are dozens of reporters there, and Joe Biden's cousins were there, sister, other family members were there, and Dr. Joe, I mean, she's a PhD. She teaches at a local university. Yes. I don't know which one in
The
DC.
next thing you're going to say is Dr. Tom Davis is
Reverend
not a real
Jackson.
doctor.
Oh, I love Dr. Tom Davis.
Yeah.
Former coach of Iowa basketball.
I thought you'd appreciate that. Vin in St. Charles.
Yeah, they call him Middle Class Joe because him, like all the other Democrats, know that the only place you can get enough money to fund their next scheme, like Obamacare, is to tax the middle class. So
there you go.
There we go.
Thanks for the call, Vin. Sean from Elmwood Park.
Yeah, Simple Joe. He's a hell of a land speculator, though. He had a propensity to sell his homes at 3 times their value to lobbyists. His last one being from Amtrak, where both his kids worked, right when they got caught with the investment banker scandal, the Ponzi scheme, which all of a sudden they didn't know anything about after they tried to buy him out. So he's a hell of a guy. But more importantly, he's got something common with Paul Ryan. You know what that is, Amy? They were both elected at the age of 29. Because Paul Ryan's been a congressman since 1999 when our debt was $4 trillion. So he's the fresh face of change because he's been rubber stamping the debt. This is his debt. And he shares the same ideology as Gutierrez. So from now on, he will be Congressman Paul Gutierrez. That's his new name. He doesn't get his own because he doesn't do his own thinking.
Thanks for the call, Sean. And Paul Ryan has got the backing of the Freedom Caucus.
Oh, for sure. Was that stipulation included?
No, and that's what's interesting. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. The Freedom Caucus essentially assenting to Paul Ryan as Speaker, but they aren't giving in on committing to the elimination of the motion to vacate weapon. So
they still can remove him if they want, like they did to Boehner, or tried to.
They could effort in that.
Well, is
direction.
he still going to take the job then?
It's a done deal. He's in. Ted and Joliet.
I think the Democrats know something bad is going to come down the pike in the next 4 years, so they're going to take a knee on this election. Healthcare, ISIS, the debt. Something bad, they know.
I don't think Hillary's taking a knee on this election. This is her last best chance, and she seems to be someone who is quite intent on the Oval Office, wouldn't you say?
I would.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
The Taoiseach knows a lot about it. His mom, God rest her soul, and although your mom's still alive as your dad passed.
Wayne State University or any college in America.
Right state.
If we do everything right, there's still a 30% chance we're going to get it wrong. When the stock market crashed, Franklin Roosevelt got on television.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
I'm proud to be President of the United States, but I am prouder to be Barack Obama. So don't buy that malarkey.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
For your Cub fan recovery Thursday, we're going to have some sunshine, patchy clouds, a high of 63 degrees. Then tomorrow it's going to be breezy, some sun, increasing clouds, but it will be warmer, highs up near 70 degrees. Travel times, how's that inbound Kennedy shaping up, Jim Delamonte?
Well, I mean, it's not going to help any Cubs hangovers on the Kennedy. It's now 51 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. It's pretty rough, and it's slow pretty much all the way in. And the express lanes save you virtually nothing right now. And outbound, no better. 51 minutes downtown to the airport. Edens, 34 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Eisenhower, an hour and 13 painful minutes from Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 47 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour 14 from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 44 minutes. The Ryan is 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State really slow from Halstead to Dixie Highway after a crash. Then in pockets from 115th to 31st and Cermak to North Avenue. Northbound Veterans Memorial stop and go I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. And there are slow pockets Butterfield to Roosevelt and Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Gentlemen, Dan Proft here. When it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? You may know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone? I do. Low T Center makes it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and you know your results within minutes. If you're a man over 40 and have noticed a decline in energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low T makes you feel tired and grumpy. It can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. At Low T Center, it takes just minutes for results, and services are covered by most health insurance. They even have convenient, flexible hours. So do yourself a favor and get your levels checked. Call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305. Or go to lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
When flipping houses, there's one golden rule. Cash talks. I'm going to show you how you can easily get $10,000 plus all the cash you'll ever need for free. I'm Andrew Holmes, popular radio show host and founder of Chicago's #1 flipping team. And I've flipped over 600 houses in Chicago right under your nose. And now I'm going to show you how. I'm holding a free seminar right here in the Chicagoland area where I'll give a select few the opportunity to use my funding to flip houses and net up to $40,000 $3,000 per deal without spending a dime of your own money. You don't need good credit and you don't need any of your own money. If the deal is good, you'll get the funds. The first 100 people to call 844-MONEY40 and register will receive my Blueprint to Real Estate Wealth System for free. All you have to do is find a great deal and pass it on to me, and I'll give you $10,000. Time is running out. Seating is very limited. Call 844-MONEY40. That's 844-MONEY40.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so did you see Lamar Odom and Khloe Kardashian?
They yanked their divorce papers yesterday.
Yeah.
So they could be getting back together. Nothing like, being close to death to reignite love in a marriage.
Yeah. I don't know where the transgender prostitute that he was patronizing fits into their newfound relationship, but it's interesting to note.
Maybe he was grieving, because when you grieve, you do things out of character, like try and hire transgender prostitutes from brothels. Oh, which, by the way, my kids asked me what a brothel was. I told them it was a soup kitchen.
Yes, that doesn't sell soup or distribute soup. Well, a serious note on this matter of transgender. So obviously being a prostitute is a destructive life choice. But this story that's made international news, even more disturbing, a sad story. A transgendered woman, Ashley Hallstrom, committed suicide about 2 weeks ago, October 14th. On her final Facebook post, which she indicated what she was going to do, that she was going to take her life, she wrote, "These are going to be my final words. I can't stand to live another day, so I'm committing suicide. The reason I've decided to do this is because I'm transgender." And she walked out into traffic and was hit by a large construction dump truck. She goes on to write in her final post a bit of advocacy. She writes, "I still want to help people, and I believe I still can. Please share my final words. I believe my last words can help make the change that society needs to make so that one day there will be no others like me. Please help me make this change because trans people are everywhere. You may never know who you're hurting until it's too late. Please help fix society." So a very tragic case, some poignant words. But I wonder again, we're having this conversation in the wake of this person's suicide, of the very high incidence of suicide among transgendered.
Well, according to a study at UCLA and the LA Times published this, 41% of people who consider themselves transgender or gender nonconforming have attempted suicide at some point in time in their lives.
Right.
And is that because they're being bullied because they're different, or is it because they make a change and they realize, gosh, I'm still not happy and I still want to die?
I think, certainly I'm sure there are instances where people are mean and they're ridiculed, just like
everyone's been bullied.
So that may be a part of it. That perhaps are more sensitive than others, and you take people as they come. So I'll concede some of that. But perhaps this is a time where we should reflect on how we celebrate the Caitlyn Jenners of the world, and go back again to the science, which suggests what we have here is mental illness. And we shouldn't celebrate somebody's mental illness as they struggle with gender identity issues. And perhaps, as Paul McHugh, the former head of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins, said, perhaps we shouldn't just accept what's coming from people's minds without qualification. If we're going to do that, then we might as well eliminate the field of psychiatry, because of whatever comes from your head is automatic truth, and that cannot be called into question or discussed. then why do we have psychiatrists and psychotherapists and these fields of endeavor? So perhaps when you have a confused young person like this person here who committed suicide, that doesn't call for celebration and backing the play. It calls for inquiry and really trying to get professional assistance so that you don't have tragic outcomes, as was the case here.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group, located in Elgin and serving all of Chicagoland.
Thank you so much to all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever. But that still leaves many of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It's so important to get a great night's sleep. I want to introduce you to Sam here. He's an AM 560 listener who uses a MyPillow because MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, and allergies. And allergies are rough this time of year.
You know, no tossing and no turning during the night. That really helped me get through a good night's sleep because I've got some bad allergies, and the pillows I've used before have not helped them, but the MyPillow really did. I could see a difference there, which, you know, in turn stopped the tossing and turning at night.
So get yourself a MyPillow and stop tossing and turning. It's American made. It's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. Go to MyPillow.com, type in Amy in the promo code, and you'll get 2 pillows for the price of one, or call this number, 800-489-0201. Sleep soundly like our friend Sam does, and go to MyPillow.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, yeah. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:47, what your junk mail indicates about you.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom where the party's always rocking. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Police in southern Sweden have shot a masked man after he attacked a school. Health authorities there say one teacher was killed. A teacher and 2 students are seriously hurt. Police spokesman tells the AP the attacker was in his 20s, carrying more than one sharp weapon, including what may have been a sword. U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu calling for an immediate end to the incitement blamed on a recent wave of deadly violent attacks by Palestinians on Israelis and an Israeli response. Vice President Joe Biden put an end to one of the biggest dramas of the 2016 presidential campaign yesterday, whether he would run for president. Yesterday, Biden stood before television cameras in the White House Rose Garden.
I believe we're out of time, the time necessary to mount a winning campaign for the nomination.
Hillary Rodham Clinton takes center stage as a key witness in the House-led investigation into the deadly 2012 attacks in Benghazi, Libya. Wisconsin Representative Paul Ryan has earned the backing of the boisterous House Freedom Caucus, but not an official endorsement as the caucus vote fell short of their 80% margin. Ryan still signals he considers that vote a green light to run. Florida Representative and Freedom Caucus member Daniel Webster tells Fox this morning he's still running for Speaker.
They're only giving him the courtesy they gave me and every other candidate that ran, an opportunity to meet and kind of sell his wares, but I don't see them going anywhere. They've already voted to endorse me.
Florida Representative Daniel Webster. Cubs' great baseball season is over. Skipper Joe Maddon says the Mets never took their foot off the gas during a 4-game sweep.
They smothered us early, and that's always a great game plan, and they were able to do that, and they kind of dictated the action based on that. And again, all the credit to them.
Mets a 4-game sweep with an 8-3 win last night. Mayor Emanuel putting on hold a plan to privatize Chicago's 311 non-emergency system. And 9 months after former Countryside Police Chief Timothy Swanson admitted to stealing money from a police nonprofit organization, he's fighting to keep his 6-figure annual pension. Swanson argues that since he pleaded guilty to tax charges connected to pilfered funds from a helicopter program, his crime was a personal one, not connected to his job as chief. Swanson is behind bars for 27 months. Chicago sports. American League Championship Series headed back to Kansas City as the Blue Jays beat the Royals 7-1, and Florida takes on the Blackhawks tonight. The news, a service of Illinois Partners for Clean Air. Why waste time and money idling in traffic? Catch up on that to-do list or connect with friends while riding public trans. You could even save up to $975 a month. Learn to breathe easy and save easy at cleantheair.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
I think America is dying.
The Joe Walsh Show.
Everybody came here to be free. Everybody came here to strike it out on their own. Everybody wanted government to stay out of their hair. Everybody wanted to be free. Not today. We have way too many people in America who no longer want that America.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As President, I pledge to help small businesses grow.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
High-achieving students, now is the time to take ownership of your career. Come to Strive's conference on the morality of value creation and trade to meet top business leaders, mid-career professionals, leading intellectuals, and other enterprising students. Learn how you can create value and build your career. The conference is free for current students. Pay a $50 fee to reserve your spot, then get a refund of your fee, lodging, and travel expenses when you attend. Take full advantage of this opportunity online right now at striveclubs.org. That's striveclubs.org. Enrollment is open now. Striveclubs.org. STRIVE clubs.org. Parents, family, friends, teachers, and professors, please make sure to pass this information on to a student who is serious about making the most of their life. The Morality of Value Creation and Trade Conference in Atlanta, November 6th through November 8th. This is an impressive opportunity at essentially no cost. Striveclubs.org. STRIVE clubs.org.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain, pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us, we will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
7:36. Let's get an update on your ride to work this morning at our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens inbound is 34 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Kennedy, now a full hour from O'Hare to downtown. The express lane saved nothing. Outbound 50 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 10 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 47 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 14 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44 minutes. Ryan, 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State northbound delays are from Halstead to Dixie Highway, 115th to 31st, Cermak to North Avenue. Spot Adams Tollway slow, the Elgin Toll to 25, Bussy to the Tri-State. Veterans Memorial very slow, I-55 to the Reagan Tollway, Army Trail to 290. Traffic service, RCN Entertainment Redefined. Get RCN's award-winning Mega Fast 155 internet, plus watch TV anywhere with RCN to go, all for as low as $55.94 per month. It's Mega Fast testing. RCN Entertainment Redefined, 1-800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Sunshine and patchy clouds throughout the day. High 63, a low of 49 overnight. Currently 54 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Best beans, best roast, best coffee.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so what's it been like in your neighborhood the last few days?
It has sounded like this. Constant news choppers, TBS, police. No, it goes on and on and on.
They're looking for Daniel Murphy's home run balls, right? Well, the good news is for you now is that it's going to be very, very quiet.
It is.
In Wrigleyville and Lakeview.
Looking forward to licking my wounds in peace.
All right. And we've got Paul Ryan. He has gotten the assent of the Freedom Caucus. Basically, they're not.
Well, that's what your sources are telling me.
Well, it's being reported in a number of places as well, including the Weekly Standard. Supermajority of Freedom Caucus backs Ryan for Speaker. No formal endorsement. No stipulations about eliminating a motion to vacate or withdrawing that as a tool if they don't like Ryan's leadership. But he is going to be the consensus candidate that he wanted to be as the predicate for him taking the speakership, it seems to me. But for more on this and insight inside the Beltway, we are joined by David Drucker, who's the senior congressional correspondent at the Washington Examiner. David, thanks for joining us.
Good to be here.
So is that a fair read on what's happening? There's going to be is going to be the speaker.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it looks today. He wanted to have the support of the three major factions within the House Republican Conference. He's met with all of them, and as you noted, the key one was that the Freedom Caucus. The other two were going to be fine with him, and he got a supermajority vote from the Freedom Caucus, and so it doesn't look like there's anything standing in his way.
Now, is he conservative enough, though, for people? I mean, especially for the Freedom Caucus who wanted to kick out Boehner?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we got to put meat on that bone.
Yeah.
So what happens now with reauthorization of the Ex-Im Bank and other issues where there is a difference of opinion between the establishment and the conservative backbenchers?
Right. So I think this is a really good thing to try and understand about Paul Ryan because there's been so much sort of flying around in the air about whether or not he's conservative and what conservative means these days. Ryan, as it happens, opposes the Ex-Im Bank, reauthorizing it. He's on the record as such. But there's a discharge position being pushed around by members. This is part of the regular order that the conservatives say they support. And so it still may get a vote on the House floor, and if it does, it'll pass. It'll probably go to the Senate. It'll stall because Mitch McConnell doesn't want to take it up in that fashion. But I think you have to look at Paul Ryan this way, and everybody's free to decide what conservative means to them and whether or not he qualifies. 10 years ago when I started covering Paul Ryan, I would go to press conferences with basically a bunch of tax reporters and nobody else. And here's this young congressman who was busy saying that his party and everybody else needed to adopt entitlement reform and Social Security reform and Medicare reform, and people thought he was nuts because he wanted to tackle entitlements because he thought it was part of a runaway, government behemoth. And he worked and worked and worked, and now everybody kind of takes it as rote that, oh yeah, Republicans in the House are for entitlement reform, big deal. But they weren't, and it's only because of him that they did that. So he's probably been working longer and harder than any Republican in Congress today to try and reduce the size and scope of government. It's for that reason, and because of the work he put into it, from just being this no-name backbencher who the elders wished would go away and stop messing with the third rail of politics, Social Security, that he's in a position to set terms for the speakership because nobody else is capable of unifying the party and also doing all of the political work that it takes to be a successful speaker.
But he mentioned it was so important for him to make sure that the speakership doesn't take away from time with his family. So how is he going to balance both?
Well, look, members of Congress, and you don't have to feel bad for them because they run for these jobs and they want these jobs, but they're already away from their family 4 or 5 days a week. And one of the reasons Ryan has never wanted this job is because he didn't want to spend the other 3 or 4 days a week away from his family as well, running around the country raising money. And basically one of the conditions he set is that he still plans to spend most of his weekends at home in Wisconsin with his young children and his wife. He has said that he hopes he can make up for that by being a much more effective national communicator for the party. And if it was anybody else but Ryan, I'd say, yeah, never mind, forget it. But given the notoriety, his name ID, and his respect in the donor community, and his ability to communicate both for the party and against the Democratic opposition, it's worth a shot, given what their options are, to let him serve as speaker and see if they can work around the fundraising issue, and they can still deploy him strategically. They've got other people who can raise money, so we'll see how it impacts it.
Switching gears, so what's the feel on the Hill today with respect to Hillary's appearance before the Benghazi committee? Is there a sense that the combination of Hillary's flacks with a couple of inopportune statements by the likes of a Kevin McCarthy have marginalized the work of Trey Gowdy's committee?
Well, I think it's definitely made it much more difficult. Until that remark, the committee and Trey Gowdy and the speaker who set up the committee, Boehner, they worked so hard to keep this thing non-political, because there was always the opportunity, the chance that it was going to turn into sort of what it's turned into, and that sort of opened up the floodgates for people to comment and chip away at the legitimacy of the committee. But at the heart of what they've tried to do all along, and they never set out to find Hillary's email address. I wrote a story about this in August. The only reason we know about her private server is in looking through State Department documents and 50,000 pages of emails. They found 8 messages with some email address they'd never heard of before. And their only goal was to find out information before, during, and after Benghazi. Who knew what, when, why did it happen, all that. And that's the only reason we know about the server. Their goal was never to find a server they didn't know existed. So what they're hoping to do today with this testimony is get a handle on the facts. And if they can keep it to that, and they can end up producing a work product that gives us answers, then I think the committee could end up being in good shape. But it's clear that they're under much more political pressure than they would have been, had some of these gaffes not been made.
So there's 7 Republicans, 5 Democrats on the committee. Who do you think will try and make a name for themselves today? Who will, take their time to try and draw attentions to themselves?
Well, if they're going to take orders from their chairman, Trey Gowdy, nobody's going to do that. It's just going to be all about asking questions that get them to the facts.
And before we let you get along, Joe Biden, call me cynical, call me cold-hearted, but I don't believe that he was methodically going through the Kubler-Ross 5 stages of grief and the sand just ran out of his hourglass. What was the real decision or the basis of his decision not to run for president?
Well, I don't know if I'm going to make you feel any better here. I was thinking, I've noticed I've covered politicians for a while, and there's always, will they run, will they not? And we, as political reporters, tend to look at all these Machiavellian reasons for what they're doing and why they're doing and how the fix is in, and it's just a matter of, doing the dance right. And at the heart of it, I've learned that these are human beings who, they either have to pull the trigger or they don't. And I think with Biden, I think that he wasn't ever going to run. Then Hillary looks weak and damaged, and everybody's, Joe, you should run. And of course, he had a horrible tragedy with his son passing away, and his son, reportedly saying, Dad, you should run for president. And so he thinks about it, but I don't really think he ever wanted to run. And I think that if he really wanted to run, he would have pulled the trigger in time. I think Joe Biden wanted to be a savior of the party, didn't want to blow up the Democratic Party. That's what his candidacy would have done. And he probably ultimately concluded, watching Hillary in the first Democratic debate, looking at, some recent polling,
some good, some bad for Hillary, but there was some good, and thought to himself, "It's not something I wanted to do. It's not something at this point would be a winning proposition," and he didn't want to blow up the party ultimately, and therefore he didn't run.
All right. David Drucker, senior congressional correspondent, Washington Examiner. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Anytime, guys. Thank you.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, what your junk mail says about you. But first, here's your forecast. Recovering Cub fans Thursday. It's gray out there, but we will have peaks of sunshine by the afternoon. A pleasant high of 63 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 49. And tomorrow, Friday, breezy with some sun. Increasing clouds, but a little bit warmer, a high near 70. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. The inbound Kennedy has heavy delays all the way in. It's 1 hour from O'Hare to downtown, 30 minutes from Montrose, a little slower in the Express. Outbound 50 minutes downtown to the airport. Edens, 34 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Eisenhower, an hour and 3 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 57 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour 14. The 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44 minutes. The Ryan, 26 minutes. 95th to downtown. Seeing delays on 53, southbound Palatine to Kirchhoff. Northbound heavy around Thorndale. There's a report of a grass fire in that area. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I had anemia. That's when I got on to Balance of Nature. Then when I came off it, I got anemia again. That's one of the reasons I got back on it. I said, you know what, let me call them up and let me start doing the right thing. I made a mistake by getting off it. I think this is a good product, and I'm going to just stick with it.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Founded in 1922, Unico National is the largest Italian-American service and charitable organization in America with over 120 local chapters in 22 states. Its volunteer members support scholarships, cancer research, mental health, Cooley's anemia, and many local causes while celebrating their Italian heritage. Chicagoland Unico chapters invite you to this special free event. Rediscover your Italian heritage. Wednesday, November 4th at Casa Italia in Stone Park. Join your neighbors of Italian heritage for an evening of enjoyment with Italian food tastings, Italian lessons, cultural info, and more. Plus the opportunity to join Unico. This is a free event, but reservations are required. Call 1-800-947-0137 to reserve your spot. 800-947-0137 or visit unico.org. That's UNICO.org. Unico National. Rediscover your Italian heritage. 800-947-0137 or unico.org. That's UNICO.org.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Assured total equipment coverage as of August 10, 2015.
Getting a new iPhone? Don't overpay for phone insurance. Save with SquareTrade Phone Protection instead. Phone insurance through your wireless carrier can cost as much as $11 every month, plus up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade iPhone protection is less than $5 a month. We can save you over $240.
Start saving with SquareTrade now. Visit squaretrade.com. That's squaretrade.com.
At GoDaddy, a domain name is the beginning of something awesome. Use it to create a website to promote your business. Open an online store to sell your products. Start a blog. Build your brand. You can even connect your domain to your LinkedIn or Facebook page. And GoDaddy customer support is always ready to help. What will you do with your domain name? Get a .com domain name for only $2.99 for the first year. Right now at GoDaddy.com. 2-year purchase required. Second year is $14.99.
AM 560, The Answer.
Love letters in the mail, Dan?
Yes.
What's in your mailbox, huh?
Well,
death threats?
There's an interesting study done by a couple of MIT economists. Analyzed over 1 million credit card mailings collected by Mintel, a company that pays people to read their junk mail. Boy,
Oh, my gosh.
Well, you get
You
paid
thought
to read your junk mail.
You thought your job was rough.
So the question is, these credit card offerings you get, do they indicate whether or not credit card companies think you're rich or poor? And these economists conclude that they do. Also, by the way, if you're being paid to read your junk mail, that indicates that you're poor. But in addition to that...
So if you get a Visa application for the black card, you know you're doing well?
Yes, perhaps. But it depends the nature of the offer. So, for example, if you get an offering for like a Mileage Plus card...
Oh, I get those all the time.
Then you tend to be perceived by the credit card companies as more educated and more wealthy.
Us be smart? Well, thank you, mailbox.
Nobody said the credit card companies are without flaw.
Stop.
And if you are getting credit card offerings at like a low introductory APR, then you tend to be less educated and less and have less household income, at least according to the credit card company.
What if I get both?
What if you get?
I get both. I get crazy.
Yeah.
Well, Kohl's. Have you ever shopped at Kohl's?
No, I don't really.
Well, there's always a sale going on at Kohl's. Okay, just first thing you know. But I get
Scott
mailing.
Walker likes Kohl's.
Oh, he does, and so does Mike Scott. We talk about it all the time. But I always get Kohl's. You know, now I already have a credit card, so you can stop sending me the application forms. But just they send you little flyers in the mail to draw you back. 50% off, 75% off.
And you also get solicitations from the government to apply for a link card.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm still waiting I filled out my application. We'll see what happens.
So you can combine your link card with your mileage rewards card and your points cashback card with your low introductory APR teaser. And then run up debt and walk away from it and have everybody else pay for it. But it's interesting how credit card companies look at kind of indicators and then distribute their segmented offerings as such. So take a look at that junk mail. Go apply for a job at Mintel if you want to be paid to read it. But you'll find out what credit card companies think of you. And doesn't everybody want to know what a credit card company thinks of them?
What's in your mailbox?
Mostly like
stalkers.
Well, no.
Letters from stalkers, I should say.
That there's, I get 20% discounts on new Maserati, those sorts of things. Solicitations from high-end realtors on the North Shore.
Yes.
Because I give off the perception that I'm well-to-do and well-educated when in fact I'm neither.
You drive a fancy car and you have fancy friends.
It's true, and the credit card companies know it.
No one ever imagines facing Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia and needing full-time care, but it happens. And deciding on the right residential care for mom or dad can be a monumental task. There is a memory care community that focuses on helping your parent or loved one with dementia light up and live life to the fullest, making them feel like family. Autumn Leaves memory care communities see past the diagnosis to the person you know, that your dad was a fantastic cook or that your mom loved to dance, a person who deserves so much more than being just an Alzheimer's patient. Whether it's through yoga and music therapy or simply by cooking them their favorite meal, Autumn Leaves strives to stimulate their minds and bodies to respect and nurture the person you care so much about. See for yourself the difference Autumn Leaves communities can mean for your family. Autumn Leaves, dedicated solely to the unique needs of memory care patients.
Autumn Leaves has 10 locations in the Chicagoland area offering day-stay respite and assisted living programs. Call 888-662-8886 or visit autumnleaves.com.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, like how credit card companies market to you. But because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website, along with the Illinois Opportunity Project, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that will provide texture to the discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream, and you can take a look at the website today. There'll be an interview I did with Chicago Tribune editorial board member Kristen McQuarrie. So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit, you'll be armed with new info and fresh perspectives to spur you to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
True love is selfless, we commonly hear, but philosopher and novelist Ayn Rand rejected that idea. A selfless love is a contradiction in terms. It would mean that you have no personal stake in the relationship. Instead, romantic love is profoundly selfish. It's a union of mind and body that both people pursue for their own happiness. Ayn Rand wrote that only a rational, selfish man, a man of self-esteem, is capable of love. That's because we love what we personally value, and love is profoundly demanding. To quote a famous line from Ayn Rand's novel, The Fountainhead, to say I love you, one must first know how to say the I. You can learn more about Ayn Rand's thought-provoking perspective on love, sex, and human relationships at ARIradio.com. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been A Moment of Objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to The Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ARIradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
Life should be an adventure, and so should your health. It's another can't-miss Health Quest radio show this Saturday morning. Dr. David Kolbaba.
You're eating too much food. You get it? We're eating too much food, and whether eating too much food causes kidney stones or diabetes or obesity, it don't matter. We're eating about 75% too much food because you're not moving your body. If you moved your body more, you could eat more, but you're not, so don't.
Create your adventure in health. Tune into Health Quest Radio every Saturday morning at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Couple texts on other coupons I get. Dan gets coupons for Grindr.com events. Dan's mailbox, Russian brides. Thank you very much.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Carl Cannon will be here. And don't be a no-show for Jimmy Kimmel or else you'll get roasted. Here's Mike.
WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. What did she know? What did or didn't she do? Hillary Clinton will face more questions about the deadly attack at the U.S. consulate in Benghazi, Libya. Testifying again next hour. Fox News Radio's John Decker live in Washington.
Her campaign says the work of the Benghazi committee is a witch hunt designed to harm Hillary Clinton's presidential bid. But Republican committee member Martha Roby sees it differently.
Because of a lot of dragging of feet and stonewalling by the State Department and others, it's taken us a long time to get here.
Clinton is likely to be asked whether she compromised classified information by using her private email server instead of using a government email account for all her correspondence while serving as Secretary of State. Dave?
John, there's a new Republican frontrunner in Iowa. Ben Carson.
Carson tops Trump in the Quinnipiac poll by a 28-20 margin, and 30% of likely caucus goers said there's no way they would vote for Donald Trump.
It's Tom Noller with Fox affiliate WHO in Des Moines. Marco Rubio's third in the poll, followed by Ted Cruz and Rand Paul. Paul Ryan maybe a lock to be the next House Speaker. Conservative Republicans who blocked Kevin McCarthy say they will support Ryan, the election to replace the resigning John Boehner's next week. There have been a few more Palestinians stabbing Israelis as Israel's leader goes to Germany for talks with the U.S. today. Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher live in Jerusalem.
Dave, Secretary of State John Kerry says he hopes the meetings with Israel's prime minister will settle on steps that will take Israelis and Palestinians beyond condemnation and rhetoric. Benjamin Netanyahu continues to blame Hamas and Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. The Palestinians say incitement by Israel and the occupation are responsible for the attacks. Kerry will meet with Abbas on Saturday in Jordan. Dave.
Jessica, teachers dead at a school in Sweden, attacked by a masked intruder with a knife or sword. 2 students were also seriously injured until the man was shot and wounded by police. Came hours after teachers held a meeting at that school worried about a lack of security. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Clouds and 54 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Cubs baseball season is over. We head to the offseason after the Mets complete a 4-game sweep of the Northsiders in the NLCS. Cubs skipper Joe Maddon says the Mets were off and running from the very start of the series.
They smothered us early, and that's always a great game plan, and they were able to do that, and they kind of dictated the action based on that. And again, all the credit to them.
And the Cubs were hit hard early in this contest as well, too. The Mets on their way to an 8-3 win last night at Wrigley. Plainfield is in mourning after authorities say a high school teacher was stabbed to death by her husband. There were vigils last night at Plainfield North High School remembering Susan Cunningham. Her body discovered Tuesday night in her home. Craig Cunningham called a relative and later confessed to that murder before committing suicide. Mayor Emanuel agrees to some modifications suggested by aldermen to his plan to allow ride-sharing drivers access to the airports and McCormick Place. Aldermen want to require drivers for Uber and other services to have chauffeurs' licenses and Illinois plates on their vehicles. The Bears have thrown a block on a plan backed by Mayor Emanuel to allow a George Lucas museum on lakefront land that's now used as a Soldier Field parking lot. The museum plan eliminates space used for tailgating and parking on game days. The team is reportedly now seeking major compensation for the inconvenience the project will impose on Bears fans. Chicago sports. Told you about the Mets and Cubs. The Mets will have to wait to see who they'll play in the World Series as the ALCS goes back to Kansas City after a Blue Jay win over the Royals 7-1. Week 7 of the NFL season kicks off tonight. Seahawks and 49ers. And on the ice, it's Florida and the Blackhawks. The news service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines, Southwest, Delta, United, American, U.S. Airways, Alaska, Frontier, and OneJet, and Air Canada. Milwaukee is the O'Hare alternative. Visit flymke.com today. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Carol Zimmer.
From the Fox Business Network, Southwest Airlines reporting third-quarter profit that topped analysts' expectations. The budget airline's earnings rose nearly 78% from the same period a year ago. U.S. regulators are reportedly looking at ordering speedier recalls of Takata airbags. That would be an unprecedented move to deal with the safety problem. The airbags, which can rupture, have been linked to 8 deaths and more than 100 injuries. Score one for Jay-Z. A federal judge in L.A. says neither Jay-Z nor his producer Timbaland will face a copyright infringement claim over the hit single Big Pimpin'. The uncle of the man suing Jay-Z composed the original Egyptian song that Jay-Z's version was based on. Jay-Z and Timbaland recorded Big Pimpin' in 1999 using a little bit of a flute from the original song. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Carol Zimmer.
8:05 in Chicago and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
What do Fortune 500 companies do when they need to find new workspace? They call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. With Regis, you can easily expand today and get your people up and running tomorrow. With fully furnished tech-powered co-working spaces, offices, and admin support, Regis manages the details so you can focus on your business. Short-term, long-term, all on your terms. Regis makes it easy and affordable. Call Regis now at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And Contour Next gives you a second chance, allowing you to reapply to the same strip when the first sample is not enough, saving you time and money. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Meijer.
8:07 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy has delays from the River Road toll all the way in. It's an hour and 10 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 43 minutes. Edens 33 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 31. The Eisenhower. An hour and 20 minutes Thorndale to downtown. An hour and 4 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 57 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson an hour and 17 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 44 minutes. Ryan 33 minutes. 95 to downtown. Northbound Tri-State. Slow Southwest Highway to 31st and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Adams Tollway Stop and Go, Barrington Road to Meacham and Toohey to Lee. Reagan Tollway from the Aurora Toll to Farnsworth, New York to the Tri-State. Veterans Memorial delays. I-55 to the Reagan Tollway and North Avenue to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, sunny, patchy clouds, high 63, partly cloudy night, low 49. Then tomorrow, some sun with clouds increasing, high of 69. Breezy into the night with gusts getting up to 30 miles per hour. Showers tomorrow night with a low of 60. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 55 at O'Hare. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Fox River Periodontics, Chicagoland specialist with dental implants. To get your smile back, visit implantsforme.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
That it may very well be that process, by the time we get through it, closes the window on mounting a realistic campaign for president.
The purpose of this committee has been debunked, and the reason is because they have clearly stated and shown in their actions that their only desire is to undermine Secretary Clinton's presidential effort.
She's lying. She's absolutely lying.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, what is up? I'll tell you what, I know we want to get to Benghazi and Paul Ryan and Biden when our friend Carl Cameron from Real Clear Politics joined us, but I want to start with this interview that Mike Murphy, who's a longtime political operative, and he's runs Jeb Bush's super PAC, his Right to Rise super PAC, he gave this rather extended interview with Bloomberg News in which he made some very interesting claims, starting with the claim that the smart political money is still on Jeb Bush to be the Republican nominee. Carl Cannon, the Washington bureau chief of RealClearPolitics.com, joins us now. Carl, what do you think about that? Smart money still on Jeb Bush to be the nominee?
Well, Dan, look, Murphy, Mike has to say that. He's working for the guy, right? But this is a very interesting year because all of the political professionals, and hell, I'll say me too. I mean, the people who've covered campaigns, I've covered every campaign since 1984. We said, all right, Donald Trump can't be nominated. The parties do not nominate people like this guy. But guess what? He's been leading for so long now. Other smart people are like Alex Castellanos, who's an establishment Republican, and moderate guy. He's saying, well, we need to take this seriously. And
and to that point, Mike Murphy not taking it seriously. To the question, how has Trump's entry changed the race? Mike Murphy said, it created a false zombie frontrunner. He's dead politically. He'll never be president of the United States ever. By definition, I don't think you can be a frontrunner if you're totally unelectable. Is that wishful thinking and a strategic decision by Mike Murphy and the Jeb people to have Mike Murphy give this interview to lay down that marker? Or is Mike Murphy just kind of out of touch with what's happening on the ground?
Well, one thing we know, that's what Murphy really wants to say. I'll say one thing for Jeb Bush and his campaign. They are really following the letter of the law on this non-coordination between the super PAC and the campaign. So that's Mike talking, right? So let's start with that. I'll give him that much. Is it accurate? Is it smart? Is it what he really thinks? Look, he's known as a straight shooter. So I think that's his real opinion. That doesn't make it an accurate opinion, but he said something else in that interview with Sasha Eisenberg of Bloomberg, Dan. He said that Trump had hurt these other candidates. I know he had Scott Walker in mind because they needed free media, and Trump is sucking all the attention and oxygen out of the air. And they're saying their super PAC, this $100 million they raised, allows Jeb to withstand the Trump tsunami better than Marco Rubio, Scott Walker, Chris Christie, these guys. That might be right. But their idea that they'll be the last man standing, that might not be right. Jeb's trailing Marco Rubio, for instance, in the polls, and they're from the same state, right?
Yep. Hey, moving on, we are moments away from Hillary Clinton's arrival to the Benghazi committee hearings. What type of Hillary do you expect today? An angry Hillary? I'm a victim Hillary? Or will she try and play it safe and not get too emotional?
Amy, are you getting ready to watch the perp walk when she comes in?
Oh, yeah. All eyes are on her.
Well, look, they're going to be defiant, and they're going to be partisan, and they're going to claim that the Republicans are being partisan. You know what I was thinking, Dan and Amy? I haven't written this, but this is a part out of the Clintons' playbook. Remember, they did this to Ken Starr. They delegitimized the inquiry, the special prosecutor, the House congressional, whatever it is. They say it's partisan, and they say so for months, and they have all their surrogates do it, and they sue it in a very partisan way. It's kind of Orwellian because they're partisan, they're super partisan, hyper partisan, and they see that in everybody else. And I don't know if that's projecting psychologically or if they just know it works as a tactic.
Yeah, so cackle and the whole world cackles with you. In terms of comparing it to Whitewater, that's interesting because you're right. That's what they did. And, of course, then people forget, actually, Susan McDougal and James McDougal, they went to prison. And there's a story out this week that was covered in National Review Online that Judicial Watch is trying to obtain a draft indictment of Hillary Clinton from the Whitewater era. And so, this isn't to relitigate Whitewater, but it's to show there was a there with respect to Whitewater, and the Clintons were able to wriggle off the hook.
Well, they got everybody to clam up. Susan McDougal went to prison on contempt charges because she refused to testify against the Clintons. And it was, they engender this kind of loyalty. I don't know how they do it. Do they do it with money? Do they do it with the sheer force of their personality? Do it for ideological reasons? You've got, David Brock is playing the James Carville role this time, issuing fatwas against Trey Gowdy and these people. It's something to behold. You'd think people would see through it. On the other hand, then you have the majority leader of the House, Kevin McCarthy, go out and just blurt this stuff out. That had to be the happiest day that the Clintons have had in years.
Yeah, but to be fair, Kevin McCarthy is not experienced in employing the English language. So
he doesn't have command of the English language.
Could have been a bit of an accident.
Look, that begs the question, what is his native tongue then?
Indeed.
Because he's born in California.
Bakersfieldian.
And so with respect to Joe Biden, he gets out of the race because he's got a sinecure at the Clinton Foundation when he leaves office, or what prompted the decision in your estimation?
I was wondering about this. I had a feeling he was never going to do it. And I don't really know the answer. You heard what he said yesterday. He says he ran out of time. He said the family is now dealing with Bo's death, and a smile comes to their face before a tear. I'm not sure that's true. He still seems to me to be in pain. Jill Biden, the way she looked yesterday, she seemed relieved. I don't know that the family wanted this guy to run, but it's a shame because, and there's one other thing. If Joe Biden was going to run against the Clintons, he had to run against the Clintons. You saw this during the debate when Bernie Sanders said, I don't want to see her damn emails. Well, if you don't want to see the emails, then you're taking the character issue off the table.
Yeah.
And if you take the character issue off the table with the Clintons, that's a little like taking the iceberg out of the Titanic's maiden voyage, but then she's a pretty fine ship. So,
what was the rationale behind the timing? I saw it as a biggest campaign gift that he could give to Hillary to try and take the pressure off of these Benghazi hearings.
Well, I agree with that, Amy. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think in the end, Biden decided he didn't have the stomach to run against the Clintons, because if you're going to run against them, you can't do what Sanders did. If you actually want to defeat them and get the nomination, you have to use words like corruption and Benghazi and Stonewall and secret emails and illegality and $100 million in speaking fees. You have to bring this stuff up. No Democrat's been willing to do it. And I don't think Biden, and in the end, my guess is Biden just decided he didn't have the stomach for that.
All right. He is Carl Cannon, the Washington Bureau Chief over at RealClearPolitics.com. Carl, thanks always for joining us.
Anytime, Dan.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Guess which one of your elected officials was standing next to a Racism isn't funny board. We'll explain, but first, here's your forecast. Sunshine, but patchy clouds right now. The sun will shine. A high of 63 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 49. And for Friday, it's going to be breezy, some sun, increasing clouds by the afternoon, but warmer, a high near 70 degrees. Let's see how the inbound Kennedy's shaping up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Now we're up to an hour and 10 minutes now, Amy. From O'Hare to downtown, the express lane saved just a few minutes. Outbound 43 minutes. The Edens, 33 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 31. The Eisenhower, an hour and 20 minutes from Thorndale to downtown. An hour and 4 minutes from Manhunt. Outbound 57 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 17 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 44 minutes. Ryan is 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive very slow southbound Bryn Mawr to Fullerton. Northbound heavy Roosevelt to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State slow 87th, 31st. Roosevelt to North Avenue. Adams Tollway stop and go Barrington to Meacham. Veterans Memorial slow going. I-55 to the Reagan Tollway and North Avenue to 290. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Hi, folks. Joe Walsh here. I recently visited Precision Payroll of America in Oak Brook Terrace, Illinois. I'll tell you, I've been hearing Tom's ads for years, and to meet his team and spend a little time with them, I realized why their clients and employees stay together so long. I also didn't realize what great services they offer. Payroll processing, tax filing, time and attendance, and human resource consulting. Boy, we could all use help there with all these new and yet to be introduced regulations from healthcare to full-time equivalency. Precision Payroll of America has the right services and the right approach to help companies navigate these crazy times. For a service provider you can relate to and will look out for your best interests, call Tom at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Also, visit precisionpayroll.com, but then pick up the phone and call Tom. He is sure to deliver great value and even better service.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I hate veggies, so this was a perfect way to get vitamins and veggies that worked with my body.
I do feel better, but as far as health-wise goes, I used to have to get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. I'm not doing that anymore. The ringing in my ear is a lot less than what it used to be. Those are the two things right away that I noticed, and I'm not as hungry as I used to be also.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Imagine what you would do if your business had a surplus of utility savings. More than 30% of your building's annual energy use comes from your heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical service provider, understands that you have better things to do with your money. There are new energy incentives offered by Chicagoland's largest utility provider that could help your business save hundreds, even thousands of dollars every month in utility costs. As a preferred partner, Air Comfort works closely with your business. They will identify the opportunities to reduce energy usage, select, purchase, and install equipment, and even help you complete and submit your incentive paperwork. Start saving on your utilities by calling now for your free consultation at 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900 or online at aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935.
AM 560, The Answer.
You know, I'm a little disappointed by the New York Post, the headline writers.
Why?
You know what the headline is today? Daniel Broom with the picture of Daniel Murphy. That's not very creative for the New York Post.
No, that's not.
I would have gone like with the new curse.
The new curse.
And with a picture of Daniel Murphy.
Oh, yeah.
You can add him to the lore of Cubs curses, right?
Right.
Or no black cats required or something
bad baseball. Bad baseball. Bad defense. But yeah, congratulations to the Mets. Blah, 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 blah. It's over, all right?
You can have your life back now.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We can have peace and quiet in our neighborhood. One person that's not keeping quiet is Congressman Luis Gutierrez.
El Gallito.
He took to the House floor yesterday to tear into Saturday Night Live for letting Donald Trump host next month. He stood next to, get this, a giant poster, Dan, that says hashtag, because everything's a hashtag now, hashtag racism isn't funny. And he declared that when public figures cross certain lines, they should lose their jobs. They should not have the privilege to host TV shows. And he went on to say that...
I think he's going to take to the House floor today to castigate you for that impersonation.
It was pretty bad. But he said, what if all Latino cast members all walked off the job at Saturday Night Live? Oh, wait. You don't have to worry because there are no Latino cast members.
Maybe they can bring Horatio Sands back.
Yeah, or Maya Ruiz. But here is
Maya
Mr.
Rudolph.
Maya Rudolph. Why did I say Maya Ruiz?
I don't know.
Maya Rudolph. Where's my Gutierrez? I can't find him. But he was, people that were on the House floor watching this debacle just kind of looked at him like, this is just craziness. What he did, he wrote a letter to Comcast and to NBC Universal saying, don't have Donald Trump host Saturday Night Live.
What happened? NBC and Comcast? Within a couple of weeks after Trump launched those racist bombs, you dumped his TV show on your network. You dumped his pageants and other ventures on NBC and Universal networks like Telemundo. In July, NBC said, due to the recent derogatory statements by Donald Trump regarding immigrants, NBC Universal is ending its business relationship with Mr. Trump. NBC said, quote, respect and dignity for all people are cornerstones of our values, end quote.
Yeah, but they don't overcome the ratings monster, though.
Exactly. Now they realize he's so hot, and the ratings will be, I'm going to watch Saturday Night Live when he hosts it, because the ratings are going to go through the roof. They'll be their highest ratings ever. It's going to be great. It's going to be huge.
I'll tell you what, Donald Trump couldn't ask for better earned media than to have Luis Gutierrez go to the House floor and chide him and chide NBC and call everybody a racist. How do you think that plays in a Republican primary? It plays great. I mean, I guess maybe the Democrats hope Trump is the nominee, but all he is doing, Mr. Gutierrez, that is booing the prospects of Trump by Trump being seen as the anti-Luis Gutierrez.
Well, speaking of Trump, he was a no-show for Jimmy Kimmel. He's doing his whole show this week. It's called Back to Brooklyn because, he's from there, so he brought the show there. And Donald Trump was supposed to appear on his show. He was scheduled to, but he bowed out at the last minute, citing a major political commitment.
I'm dying to find out what this major political commitment was. Usually it means he had to go on CNN and call someone an idiot or something, but why did he cancel? We told him there were cameras here, right? Yeah. It's amazing. Our Tuesday nights are the night he volunteers down at the orphanage. But don't worry, tonight we're going to give everyone in the audience a basketball dipped in cologne so you can fully experience what it would have been like had Donald Trump been here.
I don't understand the basketball dipped in cologne.
I do understand why I don't watch Jimmy Kimmel after hearing that rapid display of jokes. Here's what I think happened. You want my theory on it?
I want your prowess on this one. Tell me.
Trump thought Jimmy Kimmel was still hosting the Man Show and he was going to see girls bouncing on trampolines. And when he realized that wasn't the case, it was just going to be one of these pedestrian late night talk shows. He said, well, what the hell with that? Why do I need to do another one of those?
Yeah, right. I do have a joke that you might laugh at. Okay. Jimmy Kimmel, you know who Guillermo is? His little sidekick there.
Yeah. How racist is that?
What do you mean?
It's like, it is. It's like the sidekick that CNN.
Johnny Carson's Ed McMahon.
It's like, no. It's like CNN using the Latino reporter as a sidekick in the debate to ask the immigration question.
The good part about Donald Trump not being here is we don't have to build a wall around Guillermo tonight.
All right, that's funny.
I love Guillermo.
Yeah.
He's my favorite.
Yeah, okay.
And they had Tracy Morgan was on, and they did a little skit. They went to the Bronx Zoo, and he said that he just bought the zoo with the money that he got from his lawsuit settlement with Walmart. Like, ouch.
Our late night talk show correspondent, Amy Jacobson. John in Grays Lake. Hey, John.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, listen, I noticed that you guys are knocking Trump again via Luis Gutierrez, but let me tell you something. That conservative from Wisconsin, Paul Ryan, and Luis Gutierrez have been running around the country for the last few years saying we need open borders, we need more immigration, we need all kinds of immigration. And Paul Ryan, the future Speaker of the House, says America is an idea, not a country. Why aren't you knocking Paul Ryan for running around with Luis Gutierrez?
Yeah, thanks for the call, John.
Dan.
Yeah.
Are they really running? Are they? Do you have
John,
any inside information on that for me?
Yeah, I went to see Paul Ryan and Luis Gutierrez do a joint appearance at the City Club downtown when they were proposing their amnesty legislation, their compromise amnesty bill. I disagreed with it, and we've talked about that at multiple times, John from Grays Lake. And I don't.
But are they running around the country promoting this amnesty bill?
And by the way, America is an idea. It's not just a landmass. That's what makes America different from every other country that's ever existed. That doesn't mean that we don't protect our sovereign borders, but we should never forget that America is an idea that transcends our corporate boundaries, as it were.
The polls have been through the roof, every one of them.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
If you want to own a brownstone, you gotta call Townstone. And that goes for a condo, a little white house, or a mansion too. Hi, I'm Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial, the premier home lender in Chicagoland since 2002. I want you to know that I started Townstone 13 years ago because I was buying properties and felt the banks were incompetent and treated me like I didn't exist. I only wanted a few simple things, like someone to call me back, a knowledgeable person to answer my home refinance and purchase questions, and most importantly, someone who is going to make the entire process easy so my loan closed quickly. And I know this is what you want too, and Townstone has it down to a science. Give me a call at 312-896-2111. I can and will make getting a home loan pain-free. Lastly, we beat the big banks every day on closing costs and interest rates. I guarantee it, and I'm the owner of Townstone, so you won't be disappointed. Call me now at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is an Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois mortgage licensee, 6629 and NMLS 136639.
Hey, Amy, there's a great internet meme going around. It's a billboard. This year, thousands of men will die from stubbornness. It's a government billboard for getting certain preventative tests.
Uh-huh.
And then somebody spray painted on it, "No, we won't." And that's a perfect segue to not being obstinate when it comes to getting your testosterone checked. Guys, Dan Proft here. When it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? You may know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone? I do, because I'm not obstinate. And I went to Low T Center, where they make it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and know your results within minutes. If you're a man over 40 and have noticed a decline in energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low T makes you feel tired and grumpy. It can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. At Low T Center, it takes just minutes for results, and services are covered by most health insurance. They even have convenient and flexible hours. So do yourself a favor and get your levels checked. Call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305. Or go to lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Just when Lincoln Chafee was starting to bubble up in the polls, we've got a new entrance into the race.
And we have a cat who wants to run for president. We'll explain. I think we will. And also a Cub fan takes on Dan Proft. We'll have that exclusively. You'll only hear it here. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, we are watching several developing stories, but we will start on Capitol Hill, where former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is set to testify before the House Select Committee on Benghazi within the hour. She appeared, you may recall, in January of 2013 before a Senate hearing, testifying about the incident, and Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson pressed Clinton on whether there were demonstrations at the consulate before the assault.
We had 4 dead Americans. Was it because of a protest, or was it because of guys out for a walk one night who decided they'd go kill some Americans? What difference at this point does it make? It is our job to figure out what happened and do everything we can to prevent it from ever happening again.
It was that answer that Clinton has taken heat for ever since. In a first, retired neurosurgeon Ben Carson
Mic check, mic check. Hello, hello.
I'm ready.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
At this point, what difference did Hillary's testimony before the Benghazi committee make? We'll have the answer.
Beginning at 5, AM 560, The Answer. Okay, David, do you see it?
Puerto Rico before a Republican-controlled Congress. We're watching earnings on Wall Street, and United's parent company expecting a decline in unit revenue as the fourth quarter continues, and profits are tumbling at Caterpillar. The heavy machinery maker reporting a third-quarter net income of $368 million, down from $1 billion a year earlier. The Cubs' great baseball season is over. Mets never took their foot off the gas, completing a 4-game sweep of the NLCS last night with an 8-3 win at Wrigley Field. Chicago sports. Last night, you watched the Mets beat the Cubs, but we're paying attention to the American League as well, as that series goes back to Kansas City after a Blue Jay win, 7-1. On the ice later tonight, Florida takes on the Blackhawks. The news service of TrueCar. Save time and money by downloading TrueCar's mobile app. Configure the new car you want, then see what others paid for it and lock in guaranteed savings from TrueCar certified dealers in your area. Most users save over $3,000 off MSRP. Save time, money, never overpay. Download the TrueCar app today. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher is tired of the gun control rhetoric.
If Chris had not been able to get a hold of 13 guns, it wouldn't have happened.
Empty rhetoric. And my heart goes out to this father and the mother because their son will forever be known as the monster who killed innocent people. Stop blaming the gun, the inanimate object, for the evilness of the creature.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Create a new family tradition during Panama City Beach's first beach home for the holidays, November 27th and 28th, featuring Christmas concerts, a tree lighting, and more. Play now at visitpanamacitybeach.com/holidays.
When you send your 16-year-old off in that car, you shouldn't be thinking about saving on car insurance premiums. You should be wondering if you have the most coverage you can afford. Heil & Heil Insurance is here to assist you with critical auto insurance questions like this. These are the questions you should be asking. Call Heil & Heil Insurance today at 847-866-7400 or visit them online at heilandheil.com. At Heil & Heil Insurance, they ask the difficult questions before you put your child behind the wheel. You can put a price on coverage, but not on peace of mind. Call Heil & Heil Insurance today at 847-866-7400 for a free consultation or visit their website at heilandheil.com. Let them help you drive with confidence. That's 847-866-7400. Quality of lifestyle can be preserved by managing risk. Let Heil & Heil help you manage yours. Call today, 847-866-7400.
8:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Eden's traffic is packed solid. Peterson to the junction, 38 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. The Kennedy, an hour and 2 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 32 minutes from Montrose, 23 in the Express. Outbound 43 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 27 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, an hour and 10 from Manheim. Outbound 55 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The ride is 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis. Ogden to 31st and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Adams Tollway, stop and go Barrington to Meacham. Veterans Memorial, laser from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, and the Army Trail Toll to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Sunshine and patchy clouds mixed throughout the state. High 63, partly cloudy, and 49 overnight. 55 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Ayn Rand Institute and the Yaron Brook Show. Heard Saturday afternoons at 4 here on AM 560 The Answer.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560 The Answer.
Dan and Amy, what do you think about debtors' prisons? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Debtors' prisons, should we resurrect debtors' prisons? The reason I ask is because apparently a town in Mississippi, a town named Biloxi, has resurrected the idea. It seems Quamotria Kennedy, and I could use some Quamotria right now. I got a little bit of a nasal thing going on.
Yeah, you do. I think you have allergies. I think ragweed and pollen counts are high today.
And Quamotria will clear that right up. But Quamotria Kennedy is also a 36-year-old single mother with teenage kids who lives in Biloxi. She's driving around the city with a friend in July when they're pulled over by police for running a stop sign.
Stop at the stop sign.
Right, and when police ran her name, came up with a warrant for her arrest on charges she failed to pay $400 in court fines that she incurred previously, dating back to the year 2013. She didn't have the money, so she was put in prison for 5 days because of penalties. The fee had the money she owed had ballooned to $1,000. She spent 5 days in jail in a holding cell, and now this, among other such instances, is the source of a class action case filed by the ACLU against the city of Biloxi. Talk about Biloxi blues.
Hey.
Suggesting that this is violative of the 14th Amendment. There's a 1983 Supreme Court case, I think, if I'm recalling. It's been a while since I've been in law school. I think it's Bearden v. Georgia. And
yes, I'm sure it is.
Well, thank you.
I'm all over that
thank
case.
You.
Really.
Did you shepherdize that while I was thinking about it?
On your desk.
Thank you. Well, again, you are one of the best legal research assistants in the business. But anyway, the Supreme Court has essentially held that it's a violation of the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, to punish an individual for their poverty, their inability to pay. Now, Biloxi suggests that they have community service as an option for those that are indigent or don't have the ability to pay, as well as payment plans like most units of government have. But, if you're essentially a repeat offender, not just in terms of incurring the fines, but then not paying the fines, we give you community service, you don't perform it. We give you a payment plan, you don't abide it. Then they move to incarceration, at least temporary incarceration, as the means to send a message. So setting aside the constitutional question for a moment, because different Supreme Courts can interpret it differently, but just setting that aside from a normative perspective, is this a good idea? Debtors' prisons, effectively, even whether as a first resort for fines not paid or as kind of a second or third or fourth resort when you not only incur the fines, but then you don't abide the opportunities to stay out of jail and still make the unit of government whole.
I don't know. Her being in jail kept her, one, away from her work where she would have been making money to try and pay off the fine. And then she had to pay somebody else to watch her kids because she's a single mom. So how is throwing her in jail a fruitful process? If your main goal is to get your money back, how are you getting your money back?
Well, you're sending a message.
She's not working.
You're not just sending a message to her. You're sending a message to everyone saying, look, we're serious about this. You owe money to the city of Biloxi for actions that you took, speeding ticket, blowing a stop sign, whatever. Then you better pay it or we will put you behind bars. And it's one thing to get, to run up penalty fees. It's another thing to be put in jail. That's something that most people don't want to experience. And Miss Kennedy didn't like the experience. She said there was, the toilet didn't work and it was hot and it was not enjoyable. So it's a way to kind of encourage compliance with whatever is set forward as how you're going to make the unit of government, the community whole for the violations that you've incurred.
Yeah, well, prisoners do have rights, but let me let you in on something. Prison is not pretty. Sometimes toilets don't flush properly, and sometimes your toothbrush is the wrong toothbrush you order. I mean, there's such crazy lawsuits that inmates file against the prison system.
How much? And now, as you sound like you're speaking from firsthand experience. So, how much time have you spent in prison?
I've spent a lot of time in various prisons doing interviews.
As an inmate?
No, never as an inmate. But I had a tour of the Cook County Jail at 26th and Cal that was 4 hours long, fascinating. But also I've done interviews, conducted interviews at prisons all over the country.
And Miss Kennedy was also thrown into the clink with a woman who was in there for stabbing her husband, so she was a little afraid.
Dear
She's
Lord.
not a violent criminal,
that's
and she's
not-
in with violent criminals.
That is not fair.
The
I mean,
stabbing
that
your
is-
husband part, or being put in
Being
prison
put
with
in-
her?
Yeah, being put. I mean, the lady's not stable. But look, Miss Kennedy, she worked as a cleaner at the baseball field in downtown Biloxi. She earned less than $9,000 a year. So $1,000 fine. I mean, that's a big chunk of her salary that she makes a year. She lives well below the federal poverty level for a single person with 2 dependent children.
Well, but
But
again,
the judge didn't care. I mean, her plea fell on deaf ears.
well, again, Biloxi says they offer community service as an option for those with the inability to pay. We had talked about this yesterday. Georgia, another interesting case.
Or Alabama.
Was it
The
Alabama?
blood-
Was it
yeah,
Alabama?
give blood.
Yeah, the judge who said you can give blood outside to this blood drive going on, and we'll give you $100 towards paying down whatever fines you owe if you want to give blood if you don't otherwise have the money. And that has also generated the ire of ACLU types and the Southern Poverty Law Center and the like. Okay, let's go to Bob in Sugar Grove. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan, Amy.
Good.
Hello.
Amy, usually you take such an emotional issue, and Dan, you're usually fairly logical, but why are you so much in favor of giving the government more power to collect its debt than regular collectors? I mean, why can't they serve harassing phone calls and the sort?
Well, I'm just asking the question about debtors' prisons. I haven't taken a position of advocacy here, although you do want people to pay their fines, right? When I get a speeding ticket, and I get many, I pay my fines, or I go to court and get court supervision and pay a fine and the court costs. So you want people to pay their fines, what they owe for breaking the law, don't you?
So the government, the debts to the government are more important than debts to, say, your credit card?
No, I don't think that. I don't think debts should be discharged. I mean, so this is actually a larger conversation about debtors' prisons not limited to municipal fines, for example. So what if you do walk away from your home and send the keys to the bank, or you walk away from credit card debt, you try and discharge it? I mean, there's obviously bankruptcy laws that provide for some discharging of debt, not all. But yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting conversation, private debt as well as public debt, right?
Correct, but I think the conversation, from my opinion, should be away from the debtor's prison.
Okay.
That is a different issue than a felony or a misdemeanor.
Okay, well, so how should private or public parties collect debts?
The same way that private parties are currently collecting debts.
Harassing
Either
phone
they
calls,
get-
and you take pennies on the dollar.
Exactly.
All
Yes.
right, thanks for the
Or-
call, Bob. Jim and Joliet.
Yeah, I'm with Amy on this one, Dan. I'll tell you, you got to be in that situation where you're checking the change in your the dashboard to even get to work. These days are really tough, and the people that should be going to jail, that should first be considered, are the legislators and politicians that have done massive debt. Those are the first people that should be in line for going to prison.
All right, Jim. Thanks. I mean, I don't know
John
why
Cullerton out of his
I don't know why this
seat.
position is being imposed on me.
I
It's
don't
a
know, but
position
it's
I haven't taken.
fun.
I'm just saying. What if there are options that are presented like community service, so your time, or
Right.
a payment plan, and then you abide the payment plan that you work out with the party in question, but then you violate that. I mean, what's the next level of punishment to enforce compliance? It's a question. Jerry and Wilmette, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hello. I thought people go to jail all the time for not paying taxes, and if they wanted to structure the offense in a way that would provide for jail time, they could. That was just my thought.
Yeah, okay. That's a good call. Thanks for the call, Jerry. Wesley Snipes comes to mind.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
John in Portage Park.
Hey, how are you guys doing? Good morning.
Good morning.
Listen, I agree with you. These people, some of them think it's a joke and there's no bite. I think they should have their choice. You know, if you don't have the money, you can work it off on the programs, or do 2, 3, 4 days in jail.
Right.
But if they put them in jail, I think they should revisit them after a day or two and say, "Would you like to reconsider your opinion and knock off your debt with community service?"
There you go.
They think a lot of them think it's a joke. You know, I can get away with it, not pay. I have nothing. You know, but that's not right. What about the people that do pay?
Thanks for the call,
After
John.
this Kennedy, I'm not even going to try to pronounce her first
Quimotria?
name. Quimotria, thank you. After Quimotria Kennedy spent 5 days in jail, then was her debt cleared, or did she still owe the
No,
$1,000 fine?
She still owes. She was released.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, so it's a message sender more
Yeah,
than
got
being
it.
held in
Got message.
perpetuity. But I mean, it's interesting. I mean, just kind of novel punishments, especially as it pertains to shaming people. I remember Oscar Goodman. He was the not from $6 Million Man, but from the mayor of Las Vegas. He's a mob lawyer, became mayor of Las Vegas. That's
Shocker.
strangely appropriate. But for people that graffitied public or private buildings,
Yeah.
he for a while before he got an ACLU suit and he had to cease and desist with this form of punishment, he would put offenders into the stocks in the public square and allow people to come up and graffiti them.
Oh my God, when did that happen?
No, this is a few years
Wait,
back.
Was it silly string or actual
No.
spray paint?
Yeah. They spray paint you.
Awesome.
So, remember, justice has two components. There's a restorative component, but there's also a retributive component.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
What's his
I
name?
think it was I think it was Oscar. Was it Oscar Goldman or Goodman, the mayor of Las Vegas?
Why don't you go
Oscar
tap
Goodman,
on your...
definitely a $6 million man because
Yeah.
I have the action figures.
Yes.
But I'll have to look up on one of those search engines the kids are using.
Let's get your forecast while Dan does his research. Sunshine today, but patchy clouds in spots for your Cubby Recovery Day. That's what I'm calling it. It's going to be 63 degrees for a high. Tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 49. And tomorrow, it's going to be nice. Breezy, some sun, some cloud coverage, but warmer, a high near 70 degrees.
It is Goodman. It is
Okay.
Oscar
Oh, good.
Goodman.
All
Just
right.
to set the
You
record
feeling
straight.
better now?
I do.
Okay,
yes.
good. Let's see where the things are better on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Still pretty heavy on the inbound Kennedy with delays starting at Harlem. It's an hour and 2 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 36 minutes. Eden's 34 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 23. The Eisenhower, an hour and 27 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, an hour 10 from Manheim. Outbound 52 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound very slow, Bryn Mawr to North Avenue. Northbound just a little heavy around Roosevelt. Tollways have their delays, but they're improving for the most part. Eastbound Adams Tollway still pretty heavy, Barrington Road to Meacham. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
We're not gathered here united tonight because of the name of our teams or of our schools,
Witness the true story
but because of the name
of a spiritual awakening
above all names,
that saved a high school
Jesus.
and shook a city. Experience one hope,
Nobody out there knows what's happened with this team.
one truth,
But when you win on this day, they will!
one way.
Make the changes to these boys' own.
Woodlawn.
I'm asking you to stand up right now and make a decision to change, to forgive, to choose Jesus.
I want you to stop all religious activities until this board has taken this matter under full review.
I think I'm gonna get hit no matter what I do. I got some tough decisions to make.
Woodlawn. Now showing.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
The gospel truth about it is that the thing I'm most excited about is that after having my gallbladder out 3 years ago, I had constant pain in my side that was something that they couldn't attribute to anything other than probably a poor diet. Since I've been on these supplements, is really making a difference in my life. I feel better. I have no pain.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Opportunity Project. In the brave new world of big data, sometimes we forget that politics is about people's lives. When we forget this fundamental truth, people without political clout get hurt, and all of us suffer a loss of dignity in the process. And so the number for your consideration in this installment of Illinois by the Numbers is 47. 47th is where Illinois ranks nationally in the provision of services to persons with developmental disabilities. Providing or not providing for those who need state support through no fault of their own is a mirror that reflects our humanity, our moral health. The result is families who have a family member with a developmental disability have fled Illinois just as entrepreneurs have to live in, well, more civilized states. This is happening on our watch. As an Illinois resident, this is happening on my watch. We are all culpable, and now none of us can any longer pretend not to know. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
Amy Jacobson's Cat Stories.
You know, when I heard about this candidate, I immediately had a paw in, get it? And scratch my way to find out what exactly is going on. Have you ever heard of...
I don't get it.
Have you ever heard of Limber-Butt McCubbins?
No.
Vote for me, Limber-Butt McCubbins. Meow, meow. Oh, yeah. I like big cats, and I cannot lie. This 5-year-old feline isn't pussyfooting around in.
Oh, boy.
Launching a campaign website to become president. Meow is the time, it says on the kitty's website.
Oh, jeez.
Limber-Butt McCubbins is definitely a candidate. And then, so they wanted to find out how you can become a president, be a presidential candidate, and also if a cat can be on the ballot. And apparently, according to the FEC, cat got back, and Limber-Butt may have a chance of getting on the ballot.
I can't wait for the debate between Limber-Butt McCubbins and D's Nuts. It's interesting. Limber-Butt McCubbins, not the funniest name in the race.
Oh, because D's Nuts is.
No, because of Lincoln Davenport Chafee. And but I feel bad for Lincoln Davenport Chafee because he was just starting to get traction. He got the bump from Jim Webb getting out, Joe Biden not running. This was starting to be Lincoln Chafee's time, and now you have Limber-Butt McCubbins in the race. And I suspect he's going to displace Lincoln Davenport Chafee.
Well, according to the FEC, Limber-Butt McCubbins must raise or spend $5,000 to be considered an official candidate by the commission. So that's, they're working on it. All right. And maybe you might see him on the ballot.
Limber-Butt McCubbins is a Democrat, so I want him included in the debates.
Yeah, maybe Toon says we can get him to be a Republican.
Well, Toon says can drive Limber-Butt McCubbins to the debate. A related cat story. L.A. County will require cat owners to spay or neuter and microchip their pets. This because of the number of cats that have been impounded and or euthanized. No word on whether or not they'll pass a resolution to have Hollywood spayed or neutered.
Good night, America. Bye forever.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, I'm Tom Sadeka, CEO of Precision Payroll of America. We're the 32-year-old company whose first employee and first client are still working together. Every chance I get, we like to thank our active duty military and our veterans. In addition, we proudly serve and support Operation Support Our Troops America.
Thanks, Tom. I'm Deb Rickert, founder of OSAD America, mom of 2 service members, and 1 happy Precision Payroll client. We are so happy to work with Tom's team at Precision Payroll to take care of those regulatory headaches so that we can focus on serving our active duty and veteran communities. Your support is so important. Thank you.
Deb, thanks for all you do. And anybody who's listening who signs up with us, we will make a donation to OSAT America on their behalf. So please call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Or on the web at precisionpayroll.com. Let's make a difference together.
I started using it 3 months ago, and I love it. I'm talking about Chamonix. It's a product, but I'm using the Genucel serum from a Swiss apple. It's great. It gets rid of the lines around your eyes. It helps with puffiness and bags, and men and women should try it right now because it's a risk-free introductory offer. That's right. Genucel serum with instant effects. You'll see results in the first 12 hours. Or your money back, they guarantee it. So call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323.
A career isn't supposed to be mundane. It's supposed to be motivating, satisfying, and rewarding. If you're looking for an opportunity to work with the support, reliability, and resources you need to be successful, then it's time to join RE/MAX Professionals. Ed Lukasik Jr. isn't just an ordinary award-winning real estate broker. It's his marketing strategy that makes him the country's 88th best seller, according to the Wall Street Journal. He goes beyond traditional thinking to make sure his agents and his results are second to none. You too can now be an agent with a broker that leads shares, a broker that provides state-of-the-art technology and has business waiting for you from the very first day, a broker that trains you hands-on with techniques that you need to keep achieving success. If you're not picking your jaw up off the floor yet, then at least pick up the phone. Call 630-679-5454 and see what it's like to be an agent with Ed Lukasik's family at RE/MAX Professionals. That's 630-679-5454.
Honey, it's official. I'm running for office. Bob Bunn is going to run.
But the election is around the corner. You haven't even begun.
Hey, be nice, hun. I went to electiongraphics.us. They designed this sharp logo and are printing everything we need to help win votes. Walk cards, door hangers, yard signs, flyers, banners, even these awesome buttons.
Ooh, how fun.
Electiongraphics.us. I even had them take my campaign photo. Here it is. What do you think?
Bob Bunn, your face beams like the sun.
Electiongraphics.us works with you to develop the visual message of your campaign, whether it be local, state, or national in scope. Electiongraphics.us works with your existing graphics or can help design eye-catching brand and visuals that will deliver your message. Electiongraphics.us will ensure that your brand and message are clean, consistent, and clear.
Bob Bunn, you've won!
Without electiongraphics.us, I couldn't even have begun.
Electiongraphics.us, 847-224-8757. That's 847-224-8757.
Well, a great run for the Cubs, but a sad last championship series. All right, I'm with a fan who's kind of sick of you, Dan Proft. What do you want to say to him?
Hey, Dan, love you, but not now. You're so mean to the Cubs.
Yeah.
I have really hardcore White Sox fans, and they're not even as mean as you are. But you're going to be sorry tomorrow when we win, and then we take all four. So, ha, ha, ha.
You know who is meaner to the Cubs than me?
Who?
Daniel Murphy.
Thanks so much for listening. We're back here at 5 a.m. Here's Mike Scott.
WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. One of our troops is dead in Iraq, killed as part of a U.S. hostage rescue operation. Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher live in our Middle East Bureau.
Dave, a senior U.S. defense official confirming to Fox News a special operation raid has rescued numerous Iraqis held hostage by ISIS and that one U.S. service member has been killed. The official maintaining he can't immediately comment on where exactly the rescue took place or what type of rescue force was used. A statement is expected soon from Washington. Dave?
And we're just getting this word from a military source that over 70 hostages were rescued. 10 hostage takers were from ISIS, and they were killed in that raid. Hillary Clinton is about to face more questions about the deadly attack in Benghazi, Libya. Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern live at the Capitol.
Hillary Clinton has just walked into a packed committee room shaking hands with committee members. For just the fourth time in a year, this House panel investigating the 2012 Benghazi attacks is asking questions in public. The witness, long seen as the linchpin to the investigation, Hillary Clinton, the Democratic frontrunner who was Secretary of State the night 4 Americans, including a U.S. ambassador, were killed. Committee Chairman Republican Trey Gowdy promising a serious interrogation, but facing criticism from Democrats that this committee is out to score political points. Clinton's time here is expected to be lengthy, potentially several hours in both this committee room and a secure, classified setting. Dave?
Jared, there are more Palestinian attacks today, stabbing Israelis. It's become daily in a recent wave of deadly violence that Secretary of State Kerry says is an urgent call
to try to resolve these age-old differences of a frozen conflict.
He met with Israel's prime minister today in Germany. Saturday, Kerry meets with the Palestinian leader in Jordan. One of the students stabbed by a masked intruder at a school in Sweden this morning has died. A teacher was also murdered, and a second student injured. The knife-wielding attacker was shot and wounded by police. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Gray skies, 55 degrees at 9:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. We're watching Wall Street this morning. Profits are tumbling at Caterpillar. It's weighing a bit on the markets as the heavy machinery maker reported a third-quarter net income of $368 million, down from $1 billion a year earlier. The Peoria-based heavy equipment maker says third quarter sales fell because of a waning global construction activity and mining activity. The Cubs' great baseball season is over. Skipper Joe Maddon gives the Mets all the credit in the world for a 4-game sweep.
They smothered us early, and that's always a great game plan, and they were able to do that, and they kind of dictated the action based on that. And again, all the credit to them.
Mets win last night 8-3 at Wrigley Field. Plainfield in mourning after authorities say a high school teacher was stabbed to death by her husband. A vigil held last night at Plainfield North High School to remember Susan Cunningham. Mayor Emanuel putting his plan on hold to privatize Chicago's 311 non-emergency system. The move made after 36 aldermen signed a letter urging him to reconsider that idea. Mayor Emanuel has also agreed to consider modifications to his proposal to allow ride-sharing and drivers access to airports and McCormick Place. Aldermen are suggesting drivers for Uber or other services have city chauffeur licenses and Illinois license plates. Time is up for a convicted former state representative, Derek Smith. He must report to prison by Friday to begin his sentence for bribery. Federal judge has denied Smith's latest effort to stay out of prison. Last night in the American League Championship Series, Blue Jays beat the Royals 7-1. On the ice tonight, Blackhawks take on Florida, and Week 7 of the NFL season kicks off with the Seahawks and 49ers. The news service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Many rose up with violence. He sat down for peace. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength cultivated within his soul. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
We are raising a country of sissies.
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's scary because these kids are going to be adults one day. Every single day, we move away from freedom and individual responsibility. And every single day we do that, we move closer to a country full of only government dependency.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
The more you learn about your insurance coverage, the more gaps you might find. Like how you thought you had enough coverage for your fine art.
You broke my Quenelle lioness sculpture.
When you aren't even covered for your not-so-fine art.
You broke my Mr. Banana lamp.
Or how you're probably covered for hitting this car, but maybe not covered for hitting this car. Talk to a farmer's agent about what gaps might be hiding in your insurance.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
9:05 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens has delays from Peterson to the junction. It's 26 minutes. Lake Coke to Montrose. Outbound fine at 19. Inbound Kennedy stop and go from Sayre to the Burn Circle. 53 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 30 from Montrose. 26 in the Express. Outbound 32 minutes to O'Hare. The Eisenhower still an hour and 27 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. An hour 10 from Manheim. Outbound 45 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson an hour and 4 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound it's fine. Ryan 35 minutes. 95 to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive. Slow Irving Park to North Avenue. Northbound Tri-State stop and go from Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, Roosevelt to North Avenue, Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow Barrington to Roselle. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Mike Gallagher starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Steve Williams.
This afternoon, sunshine, some patchy clouds, high 63. It'll be partly cloudy tonight and a low at 49. For tomorrow, breezy, some sun, then increasing cloudiness, and a high at 69. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
55 at O'Hare. Next news comes up at 9:30. Mike Gallagher starts now On AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MyPainChicago.com. World-class treatment for chronic pain. Go to MyPainChicago.com.
When you can't trust the mainstream media, where do you turn? Get the answers from Mike Gallagher right now on AM 560. The Answer.
And now, this radio station gets turned into your total information source with The Mike Gallagher Show. The news is happening now, and we keep you connected to the headlines like no one else. Here is the happy conservative warrior, Mike Gallagher. Breaking now on The Mike Gallagher Show.
Hillary Clinton about to answer questions on the Benghazi attacks. The House Select Committee hearing is underway. Let's go to Capitol Hill. First, we'll hear from the chairman of the House Select Committee, the Republican Trey Gowdy, with his opening statement. Then the ranking Democrat, Elijah Cumming, from the representative from Maryland. And then Hillary Clinton herself will give her opening statement prior to the round of questioning that is about to get underway. Let's go now to Washington, D.C., and the House Select Committee hearing on Benghazi.
Glenn Doherty and Tyrone Woods served this country with courage and with honor. And they were killed under circumstances that most of us could never imagine. Terrorists pour through the front gate of an American facility, attacking people and property with machine guns, mortars, and fire. It is important that we remember how these four men died. It is equally important that we remember how these four men lived and why. They were more than four images on a television screen. They were husbands and fathers and sons and brothers and family and friends. They were Americans who believed in service and sacrifice. Many people speak wistfully of a better world, but do little about it. These four went out and actually tried to make it better, and it cost them their lives. So we know what they gave us. What do we owe them? Justice for those that killed them. We owe their families our everlasting gratitude, respect. We owe them and each other the truth about why we were in Libya, the truth about what we were doing in Libya, the truth about the escalating violence in Libya before we were attacked and these four men were killed, the truth about requests for additional security, the truth about requests for additional personnel, the truth about requests for additional equipment, the truth about where and why our military was positioned as it was on the anniversary of 9/11, the truth about what was happening and being discussed in Washington while our people were under attack, the truth about what led to the attacks, and the truth about what our government told the American people after the attacks. Why were there so many requests for more security personnel and equipment, and why were those requests denied in Washington? Why did the State Department, compound and facility, not even come close to meeting proper security specifications? What policies were we pursuing in Libya that required a physical presence in spite of the escalating violence? Who in Washington was aware of the escalating violence? What precautions, if any, were taken on the anniversary of 9/11? What happened in Washington after the first attack, and what was our response to that attack? What did the military do or not do? What did our leaders in Washington do or not do, and when? Why was the American public given such divergent accounts of what caused these attacks? And why is it so hard to get information from the very government these four men represented, served, and sacrificed for? Even after an accountability review board and a half dozen congressional investigations, these and other questions still lingered. And these questions lingered because previous investigations were not thorough, These questions lingered because those previous investigations were narrow in scope and either incapable or unwilling to access the facts and evidence necessary to answer all relevant questions. So the House of Representatives, including some Democrats, I hasten to add, asked this committee to write the final definitive accounting of what happened in Benghazi. This committee is the first committee to review more than 50,000 pages of documents because we insisted that they be produced. This committee is the first committee to demand access to more eyewitnesses because serious investigations talk to as many eyewitnesses as possible. This committee is the first committee to thoroughly and individually interview scores of other witnesses, many of them for the first time. This committee is the first committee to review thousands of pages of documents from top State Department personnel. This committee is the first committee to demand access to relevant documents from the CIA, the FBI, the Department of Defense, and even the White House. This committee is the first committee to demand access to the emails to and from Ambassador Chris Stevens. How could an investigation possibly be considered serious without reviewing the emails of the person most knowledgeable about Libya? This committee is the first committee, the only committee, to uncover the fact that Secretary Clinton exclusively used personal email on her own personal server for official business and kept the public record, including emails about Benghazi and Libya, in her own custody and control for almost 2 years after she left office. You will hear a lot today about the Accountability Review Board. Secretary Clinton has mentioned it more than 70 times in her previous testimony before Congress. But when you hear about the ARB, you should also know the State Department leadership handpicked the members of the ARB. The ARB never interviewed Secretary Clinton. The ARB never reviewed her emails. And Secretary Clinton's top advisor was allowed to review and suggest changes to the ARB before the public ever saw it. There's no transcript of the ARB interviews, so it's impossible to know whether all relevant questions were asked and answered. And because there's no transcript, it is also impossible to cite the ARB interviews with any particularity at all. That is not independent. That is not accountability. That is not a serious investigation. You will hear there were previous congressional investigations into Benghazi, and that is true. And it should make you wonder why those investigations failed to interview so many witnesses and access so many documents. If those previous congressional investigations were really serious and thorough, how did they miss Ambassador Stevens' emails? If those previous investigations were serious and thorough, how did they miss Secretary Clinton's emails? If those congressional investigations really were serious and thorough, why did they fail to interview dozens of key State Department witnesses, including agents on the ground who experienced the attacks firsthand? Just last month, 3 years after Benghazi, top aides finally returned documents to the State Department. A month ago, this committee received 1,500 new pages of Secretary Clinton's emails related to Libya and Benghazi, 3 years after the attacks. And a little over 2 weeks ago, this committee received nearly 1,400 pages of Ambassador Stevens' emails, 3 years after the attacks. It is impossible to conduct a serious, fact-centric investigation without access to the documents from the former Secretary of State, the ambassador who knew more about Libya than anyone else, and testimony from witnesses who survived the attacks. Madam Secretary, I understand there are people, frankly, in both parties who have suggested that this investigation is about you. Let me assure you it is not, and let me assure you why it is not. This investigation is about 4 people who were killed representing our country on foreign soil. It is about what happened before, during, and after the attacks that killed them. It is about what this country owes to those who risk their lives to serve it. And it is about the fundamental obligation of government to tell the truth, always, to the people that it purports to represent. Madam Secretary, not a single member of this committee signed up to investigate you or your email. We signed up to investigate and therefore honor the lives of 4 people that we sent into a dangerous country to represent us. and to do everything we can to prevent it from happening to others. Our committee has interviewed 100 witnesses. Not a single one of them has been named Clinton until today. You were the Secretary of State for this country at all relevant times. So, of course, the committee is going to want to talk to you. You are an important witness. You are one important witness among 100 important witnesses. And I do understand you wanted to come sooner than today, so let me be clear why that did not happen. You had an unusual email arrangement, which meant the State Department could not produce your emails to us. You made exclusive use of personal email and a personal server. And when you left the State Department, you kept the public record to yourself for almost 2 years. And it was you and your attorneys who decided what to return and what to delete. Those decisions were your decisions, not our decisions. It was only in March of this year we learned of this email arrangement. And since we learned of this email arrangement, we have interviewed dozens of witnesses, only one of whom was solely related to your email arrangement. And that was the shortest interview of all, because that witness invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege against incrimination. Making sure the public record is complete is what serious investigations do, so it was important and remains important that this committee have access to all of Ambassador Stevens' emails, the emails of other senior leaders and witnesses, and it is important to gain access to all of your emails, Madam Secretary. Your emails are no less or no more important than the emails of anyone else. It just took us a little bit longer to get them, and it garnered a little more attention in the process. I want you to take note during this hearing how many times congressional Democrats call on this administration to make long-awaited documents available to us. They won't. Take note of how many witnesses congressional Democrats ask us to schedule for interview. They won't. We would be much closer to finding out what happened and writing the final definitive report if Democrats on this committee had helped us just a little bit pursue the facts. But if the Democrats on this committee had their way, dozens of witnesses never would have been interviewed. Your public record would still be private. Thousands of documents never would have been accessed. And we wouldn't have the emails of our own ambassador. That may be smart politics, but it is a lousy way to run a serious investigation. There are certain characteristics that make our country unique in the annals of history. We are the greatest experiment in self-governance the world has ever known. And part of that self-governance comes self-scrutiny, even of the highest officials. Our country is strong enough to handle the truth, and our fellow citizens expect us to pursue the truth wherever the facts take us. So this committee is going to do what we pledged to do and what should have been done, frankly, a long time ago, which is interview all relevant witnesses, examine all relevant evidence, and access all relevant documents. And we're going to pursue the truth in a manner worthy of the memory of the 4 people who lost their lives and worthy of the respect of our fellow citizens. And we are going to write that final definitive accounting of what happened in Benghazi. And we would like to do it with your help and the help of our Democrat colleagues, but make no mistake, we are going to do it nonetheless. Because understanding what happened in Benghazi goes to the heart of who we are as a country and the promises we make to those that we send into harm's way. They deserve the truth. They deserve the whole truth. They deserve nothing but the truth. The people we work for deserve the truth. The friends and family of the 4 who lost their lives deserve the truth. We're going to find the truth because there is no statute of limitations on the truth. With that, I would recognize my friend from Maryland.
Okay, so there's Congressman Trey Gowdy with a powerful opening statement with the precision of a surgeon dissecting the Democrats' obstinance on the committee and the unusual arrangement Secretary Clinton had. Elijah Cummings will have a fiery retort in his opening statements, no doubt, and then Hillary starts answering questions. We're covering it all for you right here on The Mike Gallagher Show. Incidentally, as you hear this, you can text me your comments if you'd like, your reaction to what you're hearing with this Benghazi hearing featuring Hillary Clinton. 1-800-655-MIKE, 800-655-6453.
This is the Mike Gallagher Show on AM 560, The Answer.
The ups and downs of the market are probably affecting your wallet and keeping you up at night. But what if you could make money in the markets regardless of market direction? The truth is, that's exactly what Wall Street's big banks and institutions do to make their millions. Wall Street insiders know